You see, I think you like waved the flag for me anyway, even if it wasn't good. So
I think so,
you
but
said enough good things for me.
you know me. I'm trying to build those relationships.
No, I
You
know.
know that. But you and Nick, the two most precious people I know.
No.
Oh, that's mine.
Loud
So
though. Oh my goodness. Loud.
Do you even see me behind here? And it is all yours.
Thank
She started it. She started the meeting. I jumped
No
on.
worries.
Then Francis jumped on.
Appreciate
And
you
both
guys.
of us had no clue. At first, that she was.
I don't feel very prepared because of all the chaos. But
What is happening?
I know.
Right? We gotta work out all the kinks.
Well, you can.
the public to participate both virtually and in person. So you will be asked to indicate on the open comment and public hearing forms if you will be speaking virtually or in person. In-person speakers will speak first, and virtual speakers will follow. All speakers will be listed in the order in which they signed up. And all speakers will have the option to change their location preference if needed by contacting the City Clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@bouldercolorado.gov. All right, that's it for our announcements. So I will now call us to order. And Alicia, can we read the roll, please?
Yes, sir, and good evening, everyone, and welcome back. Councilmember Benjamin.
Happy to be here in person.
Mayor Brockett.
Pleasure to be here.
Councilmember Folkert.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Here.
Councilmember Joseph.
Present.
Spear.
Present.
Wallach. Weiner.
Present.
And Yates.
Delighted to be back.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thanks so much, Alicia. So our first item, you may be wondering why we're all wearing these antennae, and it is because it is Pollinator Appreciation Month. And we have a declaration about Pollinator Appreciation Month that will be read now by Councilmember Tara Weiner. Take it away, Tara.
Boulder's 550 species of native bees, butterflies, hummingbirds, beetles, flies, and other pollinators maintain the health and beauty of our grasslands, forests, meadows, and other natural areas. Pollinators are indispensable partners in the production of our food supply and are essential for the diverse and thriving ecosystems that support all life. Insects, including critical pollinators, are declining precipitously throughout the world due to habitat loss, pesticide use, and climate change. This is placing our food security, natural environment, and human well-being in peril. We honor the legacy from those who came before us to protect the natural world and outstanding beauty of Boulder. We acknowledge and thank our community partners and residents who are building on this legacy by joining together to heal our land and strengthen our connection with each other by creating innovative and equitable solutions that are transforming our food system and rewilding our community's landscaping. As our community enjoys the bountiful autumn harvest, and as we witness the regeneration of our natural lands from the tireless work of pollinators, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado declares September 2022 Pollinator Appreciation Month and commits to taking action in partnership with our community as we join together to protect pollinators and all biodiversity for current and future generations.
Very good. Thanks so much for that, Tara. And I believe we have a video in celebration of the month as well.
I know there should be. I don't know why that's not.
Gotta have a technical glitch.
1 second here. This one, yeah. Okay. It was working before.
We may need to do it minus sound.
Um, it's not playing through Zoom, it's just playing through my computer. Okay, so now let me try. Should I have it? Oops, is it crushed? Okay. You have it all the way down now.
have even more to be excited about this year with the recently launched Boulder program that is building on many years of work that we've done as a community together to enhance natural climate solutions. A key part of Boulder is Pollinator Pathways, which is rapidly expanding as more partners and community members are joining together to build high-quality native plant habitat to rewild the city to protect pollinators, insects, birds, and all living things. Tonight we ask the community to join us as we congratulate and celebrate 18 of our fellow community members who are in the final stages of completing the requirements to be certified as pollinator advocates for the city's new program.
Is a program that was developed in conjunction with the horticultural team at the Butterfly Pavilion to develop a program that brings community members together to learn about how to build, maintain, and grow these beautiful pollinator habitats that support all of our native insects and songbirds. It's free. You can join us anytime during the next session that will be starting sometime in the spring or early summer. What this program offers is an in-depth view of how to build these habitats. Everything from what goes into the soil to how you maintain your habitat, how to grow the plants, which plants to choose, how to group them. It seems intimidating at first, and a lot of people come into it saying, I have no idea what to do, even though I've been a gardener for years. But after weeks of being together, sharing our group knowledge, learning and studying what the horticultural team from Butterfly Pavilion has brought to us and what we've learned on our own, we bring it together and synthesize it to build a beautiful program of people working together, achieving this goal of building not only habitat in our own yards, but in our broader community.
This is kind of the first exciting, bringing more expertise into the community so that hopefully this first round of pollinator advocates will, spread and multiply the knowledge about why we might want to replace some of our ornamentals with natives. And I'm on a big journey with that, with our tiny yard, and then also with my kids' school, and now everywhere I go, I just see oh, you can have so many plants right there.
Started my love affair with native plants and pollinators of Boulder County when I volunteered at the Chautauqua Native Plant Garden with Dave Sutherland many years ago. So when I saw that this program was available, I jumped at it as a way to get some formal training and something I've been informally dabbling in for many years, and I'm excited to spread the word in my neighborhood. I live in an HOA that's very close to open space, and I would love to be able to turn our little HOA into a native plant oasis.
And I really didn't know anything about native plants before I took this class, but I'm really interested in how to improve the conditions for our pollinators and to improve the amount of biodiversity. I'm really concerned about climate change, and that's my main reason for being in the class, and I've learned a tremendous amount, and I'm very grateful.
And I joined the Pollinator Advocate training to help step into what I believe is our true role as a species, which is a beneficial keystone species. And we've created these problems of habitat loss and degradation, and we can be the solution. So this is an incredibly rich training and a wonderful opportunity to provide some healing for biodiversity and life for pollinators here in the city.
The excitement about developing outward from their own yards and contributing to their communities and their neighborhoods and expanding their capacity for their little space to do work and instead move outward into the community is pretty exciting to see that happen.
Each pollinator advocate spent a month in weekly 2-hour classroom sessions and an additional 8 weeks this summer working in the field receiving specialized training. Thanks to our friends at Harlequin's Gardens and the Endangered Species Coalition for providing each pollinator advocate with a native plant garden. Congratulations to Boulder's inaugural class of pollinator advocates. Thank you for your dedication to our community and our pollinators. Join us at the Be Boulder Festival on Saturday, September 24th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in Central Park, and meet cool Boulder partners in person and learn more about these programs and share your ideas with us. There'll be Pollinator and science-filled performances with Jeff and Paige and a whole range of activities for kids.
Well, that was lovely. Thanks to everyone who was involved in the making of that, and for everyone for your support of our pollinators. And with that, we'll move to item 1B.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Item 1B on tonight's agenda is the presentation and questions related to the annual comprehensive financial report and auditor selection.
Thanks, Alicia. And we're joined here this evening by our outside financial expert, University of Colorado professor, Dr. David Gross. So David, thanks so much for being here. Do we hand the right off to you? Will you lead us through this?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I will go. My name is Dr. David Gross, and I serve on the Boulder City Council Audit Subcommittee. My PhD is in financial economics, and I'm an associate teaching professor of finance at CU Boulder. Separate from my academic activities, I have done this type of accounting, audit, and financial oversight for many years for many local organizations. This is my 4th year on the city's audit committee. The audit committee consists of council members Joseph Wallach and me, and it's our job to assess and interpret the audit of the city's 2021 fiscal year financial statements. It's not the job of this committee to in any way assess the stability or health of the city's financial position, or to assess the priorities or efficacy of its financial activities. That, of course, is the job of the council and really all Boulder residents. But without the work done by the city's auditors and the work of this committee, people could not perform these assessments. So the motion on the consent agenda for later this evening is to approve and accept the City of Boulder Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, the ACFR, and the audit of the ACFR. And I'll give a brief description of the 4-part process that led us to this point. So first, the city staff records all of the thousands of financial transactions. Second, the staff uses this information to prepare financial statements. These financial statements are produced for each of the city's 44 funds, including general and open space and transportation and municipal property. And they produce 3 types of financial statements for each of these funds. Like a P&L or income statement, the city produces the statement of revenue, expenses, and change in net position. All revenue transactions are summarized and categorized by source. All expense transactions are summarized and categorized by type, and from these, the staff computes the resulting net change in fund balance. Like a balance sheet, the city also produces a statement of net position. This is what the city owns, its assets, what the city owes, its liabilities, and of course, the resulting net position. And if this were a business, we'd call this the owner's equity. The difference in this year's net position and last year's net position is the change in net position from the P&L statement that we just talked about. And then finally, the city produces a statement of cash flows, and this documents the sources and uses of all cash over the years. If an entity has a lot of non-cash revenues or non-cash expenses, meaning a lot of transactions on credit, then an entity that appears healthy could run out of money waiting to get paid. This is not the case with the city of Boulder. The city does not have many non-cash credit transactions, but it still produces these documents. These financial statements are public, and they can be used by anyone to understand how the city of Boulder operates and answer questions such as, from where does the city get its funds? Where does the city spend its funds? And how stable and sustainable financially is the city of Boulder? But these and other questions can only be answered if the city is accurately recording financial transactions and accurately and correctly producing financial statements. So the third step is a record of the transactions, and the financial statements are given to the auditor, Clifton, Larson, and Allen. In addition, the auditor works with the city staff to gain an understanding of the process used to record transactions and prepare these financial statements. And the auditor ensures that the recording and preparation are done in accordance with the rules set by the Government Accounting Standards Board, GASB or GASB. So the result of the audit. The auditors gave the city a clean opinion. this is the best possible result for the city. And summarizing the opinion on page 17 of the 317-page report, the auditor wrote, "In our opinion, the statements present fairly and in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the city." Again, this is the best possible result for the city. Now, the auditors look for three things when writing their opinion. They look for deficiencies, significant deficiencies, and material weaknesses. And I'll describe those very briefly. And we'll see that there actually was one significant deficiency in internal control over compliance. That sounds so much worse than it actually was, and I'll talk about it in a minute. So again, a deficiency is a flaw in a design or design of a process which might allow for errors. It doesn't mean there actually was an error, but there have been 0 deficiencies in the city for the last 3 years. So 0 deficiencies for 2019, 2020, and 2021. A significant deficiency is a large deficiency or combination of smaller ones, less severe than a material weakness, but important enough to merit attention. And again, there was one significant deficiency that I'll talk about in a minute. No material weaknesses. This is a large deficiency or combination such that there's a reasonable possibility of recording errors, and there were none. So the significant deficiency. It has nothing to do with money or a misrecorded transaction or an improper revenue or an improper payment. The city is required to ensure that all vendors receiving over $25,000 of federal grant funds do not appear on a list of prohibited vendors. And so the city must ensure that the vendor has not been suspended or debarred from receiving federal funds. And the city must produce a document verifying that it is checked. So in 2021, the city received funds from the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA. This, of course, was a new federal program requiring new vendors. The city selected a software vendor to help with some data associated with vaccines. My understanding is this is the same vendor that was used by Boulder County. When asked by the auditor, the city was not able to produce the documentation to demonstrate that it had checked that this particular vendor did not appear on the list. This rises to the level of a significant deficiency and was therefore reported as such. But again, this in no way led to any errors in the financial statements or any payment to any entity that should not have been engaged. There were approximately 25 other vendors for which the city must engage in this process, and it appears this is the only vendor for which the record was not kept. And the auditor concluded that the city actually did check, it just didn't have the record that it checked. So again, this rises to the level of a significant deficiency, but it was corrected. So again, overall, clean opinion. This is 32 years in a row and 39 years total. The city received, sorry, I apologize, that sounded wrong. This is not 32 years of a clean opinion. This is 32 years in a row that the city was awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting by the Government Finance Officers Association. And this certifies that the city went beyond the minimum requirements and prepared reports that evidence the spirit of transparency and full disclosure. So the city has won this award 39 years total and 32 years in a row. The fourth and final steps are the audit committee interprets and enacts on any recommendations from the auditor. Again, for that one finding, the auditor concluded that the city did review the records. It just couldn't produce a copy of the review, so no official recommendations. Next, the audit committee considers the audit findings and makes a recommendation to the council on whether to accept the annual comprehensive financial report and the audit of the annual comprehensive financial report. And it is the unanimous recommendation of the audit committee that the city council approve and accept this report and the audit of the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Gross. We just hugely appreciate your assistance with these complicated financial matters. We're very lucky to have you. Jeannie or Mark, do you want to add anything to this thing?
No, I think Dr. Gross's statements were very comprehensive. Thank you.
Excellent. Any questions for Dr. Gross? Seeing none, well, thank you for your service, David. We really appreciate your time and your expert assistance.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Okay, now we're ready for open comment. So who's going to walk us through the participation guidelines for that?
Thank you. We appreciate members of the public who are here this evening. This is Ryan Hanchin, your city's community engagement manager, and want to share that the city
Ryan,
has,
you might speak up a little bit.
Thank you. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision does support physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experience, and political perspectives. For more information on this vision, please visit the following website. And next slide, please. The following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during this meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. And the participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online.
All right, thanks so much, Ryan. All right, so we've got 20 people signed up for open comment, and each person gets 2 minutes to speak. And the first three speakers are Emily Reynolds, Catherine Haug, and Christian Kerr.
Emily Reynolds, your mic is open.
I don't see the timer.
Let's see, it's visible to us. Can you see it now, Emily?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Good evening, Council. Cities free of Boulder's drug-induced crime have no camping in public spaces and legal consequences if you steal. A downtown day center spells disaster for business, residents, and tourism. Anyone who wants to get off of the streets has their choice of 60 to 70 services in Boulder. Don't pick on downtown, and don't pick on a neighborhood. Our pro-development council majority cites housing as culprit. That fits their build, baby, build narrative, but ignores the causes of homelessness, drug addiction, and mental health issues. If they are here because of drugs or mental health, the progressive argument has no impact. But if they blame high housing prices, that fits the narrative. The troubled transients by the creek aren't due to housing prices, and housing doesn't cure mental illness or addiction. Millions now and huge ongoing expenses. And how much for meth decontamination after visits to the day center or their free housing? I support the hardworking family whose sole provider gets ill. Is that even vaguely comparable to the person who decides to do meth and not work anymore? These folks did not come to Boulder for work and then decide a dangerous encampment was a better option. It cannot be a low barrier country club down by the creek where they can do drugs openly. Let's hope it does better than the 0.8% success rate of the Murphy Center in Fort Collins. But wait, how would this fare in an actual vote of the people? With an impressive lack of public engagement, this needs a vote. Feedback sessions are framed to limit feedback to location and services, not whether or not we should do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Next, we have Catherine Hogue, and I understand Christian Kerr is not present, so then Max Gould Meisel and Kathleen Hancock.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Council. First, I just want to applaud those of you who have taken the time to walk our public spaces to see for yourself the drug paraphernalia, the trash that's going on in and around the encampments. It's urgent that we keep the camping ban. It's urgent that we move people along from that. It's absolutely deterring all of us, families, kids, from being able to enjoy these public spaces. Addiction is the number one thing. Mental health, of course, it's an issue, but it's not on the rise like addiction. Addiction is massive, and we need to have that discussion. I'd love to see, as far as the budget, $750,000 budgeted for the day center. I would so love to see all of that money put towards the wonderful, wonderful efforts happening at the Bridge House. We have to talk about that first and foremost. Right now in Boulder, I believe there are 44 beds. People commit to sobriety. They have a shelter. They have 2 meals a day, 6 days a week. They're showing responsibility. They have community services. They're huge, like, resources to long-term, success in as after their 12, it's a 12-month commitment that they have there. 74% success after they leave and getting jobs and finding housing. This is the kind of thing that we need to reward and support. I thank you so much for doing the work you're doing, and please, please, please do not allow encampments in our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, we have Max Gould-Meisel, Kathleen Hancock, and Celeste Landry.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to take my 2 full minutes to grieve and prepare the community for the potential trauma that could be caused by the development of the land colonized by the university, known as the property called CU South. We risk losing our rare wetlands and destroying our South Boulder Creek floodplain if the annexation of CU South is not repealed. As such, every night I walk these trails, I wish I could say that I enjoy the outdoors, but I can't. All I can think about is, this cottonwood tree will soon be a light pole. This pond will soon be an asphalt parking lot. And this field will soon be porcelain toilets and bathtubs, flushing away our most precious resource, water. Boulder deserves at least 500-year flood protection, and this annexation agreement is not the flood protection we deserve. It is inadequate as the climate crisis creates unpredictable conditions that development projects such as a third CU campus would worsen and exacerbate through their intense carbon footprints and more. So, as society blindly continues to create a more debt-ridden, exhausting, amygdala-hijacked future of money and runaway growth influencing our politics, then we at least deserve these next moments of silence to grieve and prepare for the environmental, spiritual, and community trauma. I'm going to hold space in this digital realm for the natural realm as a pseudo-Lorax who is speaking not only for the trees, but for the 2-legged, the 4-legged, all those without legs, the bees, all those species that are deemed expendable in the wake of endless maximized profit. But we can prevent the aforementioned trauma by voting yes to repeal CU South annexation this November 8th. And now, some moments of silence for the power and knowledge of nature. If I am cut short with these remaining moments, then we'll know exactly how the city handles the rights of nature and the rights of citizens. In closing, remember Jonathan Swift, falsehood flies and truth comes limping in after it, so that when men become to be undeceived, it is too late.
Thank you, Max. Next, we have Kathleen Hancock, Celeste Landry, and Caitlin Dacus.
Hello, Council. Thank you so much for having me tonight. I'm here to request that you not create a day center in the downtown area. It's heartbreaking to see people struggling with drug addiction and debilitating mental illnesses living on the streets. My heart goes out to them. I'm grateful we live in a city that focuses on bringing people into the system and getting them housed. These services are highly successful. Unfortunately, the challenges faced in this country cannot be solved by Boulder. We're a small city. Yes, we're relatively wealthy, but our money is not endless. And we have many local low-income citizens we want to serve. Our small city cannot take on a huge portion of the nationally unhoused population. I recently learned through the hotline, along with all of you, that 45% of the unhoused served by our city have been in Boulder a month or less. Of those, 38% are not from Colorado. This confirms my suspicions that having lax enforcement of our laws attracts people far and wide. If you build even better services like showers and hair salons in the downtown area, you will attract more people. Encouraging people to congregate downtown makes it harder for our businesses, many small and run by local families, to thrive. For high school students, university students, children, the elderly, visitors to feel safe. And remember that tourists help fuel our tax base, which in turn opens doors for supporting under-resourced residents. And let's be clear, rising crime affects everyone. It's not just going to affect the wealthy. In fact, it's harder for those who are under-resourced than the wealthy who can weather the storm. It's a deeply challenging issue. We know it's a national issue. I wish Boulder could solve it, but wishing for it won't make it a reality. Let's be pragmatic. Let's help our people who are under-resourced and those who are trying to get off the streets. Maybe repealing the aggressive tax on groceries. That's a policy I think that council should consider. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kathleen. Next, we have Celeste Landry, Caitlin Dacus, and Patrick. I understand Michelle Rodriguez is not present, so then Patrick Murphy.
Confirm that you can see my slides before we start the timer.
We can.
I can barely hear you. Okay. Good evening, Council. I'm here to talk about two different charter changes on the proposed ballot for this fall. The first one is repeal of library commission and tax if library district created. I'd like to strongly suggest that you rename that repeal of library commission and appropriation if library district is created, because the ballot question will not repeal any tax. It will only repeal the appropriation to the library fund. Next slide, please. The second one I'd like to talk about is charter clarification of candidate issues, which prohibits candidates from running for more than one office at an election. Next slide, please. Here you can see 7 mayoral elections going back to 2009, and I'll talk about them more, but what I'd like to point out right now are the names that are in brown bold. Those are people who ran for council and ran for mayor in the same election. So if this passes, those people would not have been able to run for both. Next slide, please. I also want to point out that there was only one of those elections that had more than 2 candidates running, which would trigger, under the new method, the instant runoff. And also the mayoral seat is a 2-year term, and why would people bother with the time and money of a campaign to run for a contested 2-year weak mayor term if they can run for a 4-year council term? So in conclusion, even if Boulder has 3 candidates running for mayor in the future, we probably won't have enough viable candidates to trigger the instant runoff, and then we might as well be back at plurality. By limiting people to run for only one municipal office, we're artificially depressing the number of candidates who can run for mayor. And we have adopted instant runoff ranked voting, but we're not going to let it use its amazing power. Next slide, please. I'm asking that you reject this proposed charter change to limit the number of municipal
Celeste,
offices.
I'm afraid your time is up, but thank you.
Convene an elections working group.
I'd recommend you email that to us so we can take a look at it. Next, we have Caitlin Dacus, Patrick Murphy, and Nicole Forster.
Hello, Council and Mayor, confirming you can hear me and see my slides?
Yes, on both.
Wonderful, thank you. My name is Caitlin Dacus. I am a resident here in Boulder and a law student at the University of Colorado Boulder. I am presenting today about minimum wage and living wage. Next slide, please. A minimum wage in Colorado is currently set at $12.56 per hour. The minimum wage in Denver is set at $15.87, effective next year to increase to $17.29 an hour. In Boulder here, our minimum wage is still set at $12.56 per hour, matching that of the state of Colorado, but not matching the differences in cost of living. Next slide, please. The minimum wage is the lowest wage an employer is supposed to pay according to federal or local law. A living wage, by contrast, is a rate that allows residents to meet the minimum standards of living where they are at. Next slide, please. So a living wage in Boulder, according to MIT's living wage calculator, for one adult with no child is sitting at $21.07 an hour. If you are a single parent with 2 children, that living wage increases to $52 an hour and 97 cents. You can visit MIT's living wage calculator to see more data and more examples of what a living wage in Boulder looks like. Next slide, please. There is precedent in Boulder for the concept of living wage. The city council has very conscientiously thought about living wage for the employees of the city of Boulder, increasing that throughout the years since 2003. Next slide, please. The positive impact of wage increases on our community could be very beneficial. Wage increases increase mental health and physical health for workers. Predominantly low wage workers are those who will benefit and be able to give back to the economy and stimulate the economy here in Boulder. Next slide, please. So I ask that the council consider extending living wage opportunities for all Boulder residents and act swiftly and use the models available to us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Caitlin. Next, we have Patrick Murphy, Nicole Forster, and Jeremy Lewis.
The no plan B fallacy. Letters about and guest opinion by Bob Yates regarding the CU South flood mitigation project are titled No Plan B. That's not true, and the kind of threat to dare to think critically. There will be a vote on the 100-year flood mitigation plan and the agreement with CU this November. Respect to the long, hard effort to create Plan A, but it's a fact that there either is a current Plan B that's been rejected or not fully assessed, or the absence of wise planning for the inevitable Plan B after Plan A fails. A 100-year flood event is based on past data, and unless you're dead, you've noticed that climate has changed, and all those old data are to be thrown out the window. In 2013, Boulder had a 1,000-year rain event and a 100-year flood right through town. Texas just had a 1,000-year flood event, and floods all over the planet provide clear evidence that times have changed. There's always a Plan B, because if there isn't, then that's a clear example of poor planning. Here's the thought to consider. What happens after the 100-year flood mitigation has been installed and the 500-year event happens? I asked Bob about this, and he said, quote, "That's a risk we all took when we bought houses at the base of a mountain. Great views, but some degree of danger. The city can't protect us from everything," end quote. The city can't protect us from asteroids or fires during a 100-mile-per-hour windstorm, but when that 500-year event happens, will the city say, "Too bad, so sad"? Of course not. We have a Plan B that supposedly doesn't exist. Where will the damage occur? How will we escape? Where will we go? There's always a Plan B. If not, Plan A is worthless. Worthless. The Muni tried to convince us there's no Plan B. Guess what? There's always a Plan B.
Thank you, Patrick. Now we have Nicole Forster, Jeremy Lewis, and Nigel Gorbold.
Hello, my name is Nicole Forrester, and I'm speaking tonight in support of the decriminalization of plant medicines such as psilocybin in Boulder. And I also want to voice support for compassionate solutions to issues of drug use and ending the total war on drugs, and urge Boulder to take action in these matters. As a teenager, I was diagnosed with a neurological disorder called cluster headaches, and 20% of people diagnosed with cluster headaches attempt suicide due to the severity of pain caused by the disorder and the lack of effective pharmaceutical treatments. It's anecdotally known that psychedelics have the ability to cure this disorder in 70% of cases. At age 18, I tried psilocybin for the first time, which sent my cluster headaches into remission for the next 3 years. Plant medicine heals. Boulder should be on the forefront of efforts to decriminalize nature. At this time, 15 cities across the nation have made the decision to decriminalize plant medicines, and a majority of these cities have achieved this by the action of their city council. At this point in time, it is urgent to address this in Boulder so that Boulder remains on the forefront of this change. In Colorado, there is currently a statewide effort to legalize these medicines, and that initiative is coming forward with a lot of corporate interest and interest in commercializing this space. I'm advocating that any policy change regarding psychedelics and plant medicines remains in the hands of the people who have always used these medicines rather than the rapidly emerging corporate interest. I worked on I-301 to decriminalize psilocybin in Denver, Colorado back in 2019, and they have shown no risks to public health and safety since decriminalization. In 2020, I incorporated the group Decriminalize Nature Boulder County, which has shown up to advocate for the decriminalization of plant substances at the last several city council meetings. And I was also asked to draft a statewide initiative to decriminalize these substances in 2022, which will not be on the ballot. We urge you to urgently support this in Boulder.
Your time is up, Nicole,
Thank
but
you.
thank
I
you for
can't
your
tell.
testimony.
Sorry, thanks.
Thanks. Now we have Jeremy Lewis and Nigel Gorbold. I understand Christian Kerr is now in the meeting, so we can let Christian go after Nigel. So Jeremy?
Hello and good evening, council members. I am a Boulder resident and I'm concerned about the potential of the license model on decriminalizing, but also licensing and regulating and taxing and selling entheogenic medicines. These plant and fungal medicines have come to us with legacy. They've come to us with ceremony, tradition, songs, space holding, and relationships. And I find that there is a danger in taking these medicines out of that context and putting them into a transactional context and also into a corporate context, because there is a lot of loss that happens when we do that. And there may be dangers to that as well, because we, first of all, the legacy communities lose a lot. They lose a lot of economic power and potential when corporations come in and monopolize the space, like what has happened with the legalization of cannabis in this state. And I'm here to suggest that Boulder actually has an opportunity here to be a leader in listening to Indigenous knowledge, wisdom, and history, and allowing there to be a decriminalization of these medicines before there is regulation. Because what that does is it allows people to organize themselves, the ones who are in the legacy communities, to take part in whatever may happen with commercial space, but also to teach. And if we are to listen to the wisdom, we really will have a longer, more sustainable relationship with these medicines, which, as Nicole just told us, can cure, can help, can really help in disease situations where other options, other Western medical options have not helped. I thank you for your time, and I also thank you for your concern about the bees.
Thank you, Jeremy. Next, we have Nigel Gorbold, then Christian Kerr, and then Glenn Knott.
Good evening, council members. Quick shout out to Bob Yates. Your Boulder Bulletin is great. Read it every month, super informative and very concise, so love it. Speaking to you tonight in support of the new noise ordinance proposed, and with specific support for the impact it will hopefully have on the University Hill area. My name is Nigel Gorbold. I live on 9th Street on University Hill with my family. We have young children, we have dogs, and we have elderly neighbors. We like to be a part of this neighborhood and like to help our neighbors, both young and old, students, as well as elderly couples. You know, we've lived here for a number of years and realized that it's better to be proactive with students in our neighborhood. We initially go over and moving in day, and we provide them with a little bit of a cheat sheet for living on the hill. We help them understand, you know, there's bears in the neighborhood, how you handle your trash. We also give them ideas on how they can work with us, you know, within the community. If they want to have parties, how they can keep the noise down, knowing that they have elderly people around and maybe they could help shovel their driveways. I would like to say that this is a positive interaction and always very fruitful. Sometimes it meets deaf ears. We have had a significant increase in events on the hill, probably over the last 2 or 3 years. We've had fireworks land on roofs. We've had fires start on wooden porches. The danger and the noise is increasing significantly, and it's making this beautiful town not as inclusive and a community event. I propose, you know, the new noise ordinance, and I I believe it would bring accountability for both tenants, CU students, landlords, and hopefully enforce a more inclusive and healthy community environment here in Boulder. In closing, I want to thank you for your service to your community and allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you, Nigel. We'll actually be considering the noise ordinance a little bit later this evening, but we will keep your comments in mind at that time. Now we have Christian Kerr, Glenn Knott, and Valinda Jones.
Christian Kerr, your mic is open. You're able to unmute and speak.
Christian, are you able to speak? I'm afraid we'll have to come back to you. So let's move on to Glenn Knott, then Valinda Jones and Carter Hilty.
One moment while Glenn comes in.
Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to speak on behalf of Glenn Knott. My name is Christine Knott, and we live at 3490 Catalpa Way. Thank you for your time and reviewing the document that we sent earlier today. We are here tonight to raise concerns with you regarding the lack of attention really by the city of Boulder for the flooding of our property at 3490 Catalpa Way over the past 8 years. And we hope we can get some resolution to this ongoing and frustrating issue. The flooding was due to the rerouting of water from the 2014 Pine View Park Restoration Project in response to the 100-year flood or 1,000-year flood that occurred on September 15, 2013. As we outlined in the deck we sent earlier today, every time we experience more than 10 minutes of rain in front of our property, including the front path, the driveway, etc., this all fills up with water, which is damaging the front steps of our house, eroding the landscape, and making it impossible to walk out of our front door without stepping into 4 inches of standing water. Prior to 2014, we did not experience any flooding or any of these issues on our property, and we have owned our property since August of 2010. Our concern has been raised with the city on numerous occasions. On each occasion, representatives from the cities acknowledge the issue, a case is open, but only to have it quickly closed, with the city denying any liability and refusing to assist us in resolving the problem. In the most interaction with the city last month, August 2022, as the flooding of our property had become made worse by the road surfacing that was done on Catalpa Way and Clover Circle that was completed in 2021, we noticed that when we returned after our extended stay in Australia after an 18-month sabbatical, we noticed that the road surfacing that was done in 2021 by the city, where they tried to contain the water with a berm between the road and our home, only caused the issue to worsen. And now every time it rains, standing water remains days after the rain event. As noted, we forwarded a PowerPoint presentation this afternoon outlining the details, requesting the city of Boulder action our concerns and resolve the problem that the city of Boulder has created to our property.
I'm afraid your time is up. I don't think I received anything from you this afternoon. Did anyone on council? So I would request that you resend that those materials so we can review them, and we'll have somebody get back to you.
We have a confirmation email from the city acknowledging receipt of our email.
Yeah, so we'll send that again.
That'd be great. We'll track it down. Okay, thanks again. Next, we have Valinda Jones, Carter Hilty, and Nancy Travis.
Hi, Boulder City Council. I am Valinda, and it's an honor to speak here today in favor of decriminalizing psychedelics. My background is in research and development and chemistry here in Boulder, and I'm honestly wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for my access to these psychedelics. And I'm proud to be a Black and Asian woman in STEM who is continuously breaking glass ceilings with my research, insights, and discoveries in the name of science, and an advocate for mental health. Before I moved to Colorado, I lived in Texas, where I have dealt with depression and anxiety for almost 23 years. And it wasn't until I was introduced to a few psychedelic substances such as LSD and psilocybin that allowed me to shift my consciousness and heal myself from limiting belief systems. Not only did this help with my depression, but I have not been depressed for over 4 years now, and it has allowed me to be more creative in my thought process when it came to my research. And it was interesting to see that as I dived into the research that had so much social stigma and it has harmed many communities of color, including me. The war on drugs was harmful and they successfully attached a negative stigma to these molecules. Psychedelics are a quintessential example of what happens to a topic when it becomes so politicized and it can no longer be discussed in an open and fair way. Despite the fact that in the 1950s, psychedelics were already showing incredible promise as a mental health treatment, they were banned from science for decades due to their association with the culture of radical expression that threatened the status quo. Politicians, authors, and even the American public were blinded by the symbolism of these drugs, incapable of regarding them as a medicine. If we don't allow the community here to be on the forefront of these substances, I believe that Boulder is able to, and you guys can be the forefront and pioneer for it. The mental health system reaches only a fraction of people suffering from these disorders, most of whom are discouraged from seeking treatment by its cost and social stigma. If you take into account of the community, Boulder County can lead and be the forefront on taking a radical approach and decriminalizing nature for our current and upcoming generations by listening to the community and without these prejudices built into our current drug laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Valinda. Now we have Carter Hilty, Nancy Travis, and Evan Ravitz.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi, Council. My name is Carter Hilty. I am a Boulder native as well as a law student at the University of Colorado Boulder. Today, I wanted to talk about adverse effects that your city ordinances and policies can have on underrepresented populations and people of color, as well as college students. As an example, Municipal Code Section 985, occupancy of dwelling units, is a recently passed ordinance that has been very contentious in the public opinion, limiting the amount of family members and people who can reside in one dwelling at one time. These ordinances, as an issue of access, are extremely inaccessible, particularly to communities from other cultures who English is particularly not their language of choice. For example, the most accessible information on this ordinance is found on the Boulder website, where it is listed that a family as defined by the city's municipal code plus 2 unrelated people are allowed to live in the dwelling. I realized that if you click the link to find where in the municipal code family is defined, there is actually no definition of family. Rather, there's a list of somewhat complicated factors that I assume the city would use to determine whether a dwelling was occupied legally or illegally in an enforcement proceeding. If you are a member of an underrepresented population, a person of low socioeconomic status, or a non-English speaker, this is an extremely difficult thing to navigate, particularly when these ordinances are enforced irregularly by the city. Beyond that, the municipal code itself there's no option when looking at it to translate it out of English. Boulder's 2 largest minority populations, or 3, are a Hispanic descent population, Asian populations, including those from Nepal, and African Americans. There's no option to translate the municipal code into Spanish or Nepali for use of accessibility. So I would just encourage the council to take these factors into account when making policies and ensure that access is, or that these resources are freely accessible to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Carter. Now I have Nancy Travis, Evan Ravitz, and Michael Crudell.
Good evening, council members. As you're hopefully aware, Boulder is experiencing a significant uptick in crime and safety issues. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Safety issues that are impacting residents, businesses, and even tourists in our community. I'm finding it very concerning that this is a topic that's seldom, if ever, discussed in city council meetings. I'd like to share just a few comments from community members that have been posted on social media just within the past week. My 94 Honda Accord was stolen last Wednesday in front of my house on 14th Street. I was in the plaza where the Walnut Cafe is off of 30th. This morning, a person smashed the bus stop, yelling and screaming. He ran down the alley between Christie's and the plaza, banging on business doors. Several businesses on the Pearl Street Mall had their windows smashed last night. For one of them, it's the 5th time in the past few months. I had a nice morning at the farmer's market, our daughters love the water, so we walked over to throw a stone or two into the creek where we found a needle and trash floating downstream. We were quickly reminded why we avoid downtown. Please stop telling us that this isn't your responsibility and provide the Boulder Police Department and other city staff the necessary resources to protect our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nancy. Now we have Evan Ravitz, Michael Crudell, and Tyler Hollenbach.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
We need to talk about the late, great Gilbert White, one of only 5 CU Boulder winners of the National Medal of Science ever. CU also has 5 Nobel Prize winners ever, according to CU's website. Gilbert is known first as the father of floodplain planning, and that is the heart of the CU South debate. CU's website says, quote, White's landmark work, beginning with his 1942 University of Chicago doctoral dissertation, Human Adjustment to Floods, challenged the notion that natural hazards are best addressed by engineering solutions. Instead, he argued that the havoc wrought by floods and other natural disasters may be better avoided by modifying human behavior to reduce potential harm. White won that debate, and now wise communities around the world follow his advice, except here now in Boulder, where he founded and directed the Natural Hazards Institute at CU. Here now, the misleaders of morally bankrupt CU still invest student money in fossil fuels as fire, flood, and famine overtake the earth, and are planning complicated, untested, doubtful engineering solutions for a 100-year flood, while White told the city 3 decades ago to plan for a 500-year flood. Since climate change has exploded since then, we should plan for even worse. Everyone should learn about this wonderful man, my friend. In his 20s, he was a close advisor to FDR. I think the reason it took till he was 88 to get the National Medal was because he was humble. So he was a big supporter of direct democracy.
Evan, your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. Now we have Michael Crudell, Tyler Hollenbach, and Lynn Siegel.
All right, hello, Boulder City Council. It's an honor to speak on behalf of plant medicine and psychedelic substance decriminalization. LSD was one of the most formative experiences of my life. Yes, those 10 hours or so on a camping trip in the desert with good friends was fun and goofy, but the real changes and work and personal transformation happened over the following 6 months. And the personal growth continues to this day. They say you only need to do psychedelics once to see a major benefit. And this is true in my case. A year before my experience, my dad passed away suddenly. My serious girlfriend and I broke up, and my career in social media advertising exposed itself as an unfulfilling job supporting manipulative addiction. All 3 happened in 1 month, so my role model, my love, and my career were gone. Throughout my life, I never really deviated off the track that was laid out for me as an upper middle class, well-socialized white male. So I was unprepared for this trifecta of trauma. The conservative life approach was failing, and I was stuck. I was repressing what happened and avoiding the changes I needed to make. LSD and the psychedelic experience is a catalyst for personal change. LSD gave me the courage to quit my job, to do something that mattered, that was helping. So I took an extreme pay cut to $12.50 an hour at the King Soopers on Arapahoe in the meat department. Imagine stocking shelves at minimum wage, mid-pandemic, after making 80 grand and not having an existential crisis. I later managed that department and leveraged that experience into a new career that I'm proud of. LSD gave me the empathy to understand that my ex needed to live her life and do what was best for her. And most importantly, LSD gave me the courage to approach the death of my father. I now have a personal philosophy that has been my center rather than following the path that culture says we should. My question for you is, if LSD is a catalyst for personal change, should personal change be illegal? Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Now we have Tyler Hollenbach, Lynn Siegel, and then we'll come back to Christian Kerr.
Great. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you and to hear all the thoughtful comments from the other presenters. My name is Tyler Hollenbach. I'm a Colorado native and a CU law student. I first want to commend the city for its vision and work in sustainability and waste management. The Circular Boulder vision, including the research and strategic plans, in particular, the life cycle analysis of differing waste streams and pain points, was informative. I think more people should read it. The zero waste goals are equally inspiring, and the plans to achieve them seem to be well constructed. I'm hoping they're being implemented. I'm here to voice my support for continued action and focus on composting, recycling, and circular economy initiatives in Boulder and beyond. In light of the producer responsibility legislation that was recently passed this year in the Colorado legislature, I imagine there may be uncertainty regarding overlapping or conflicting mechanisms at the state and local level. There may also be pressure on municipalities and yourselves to reduce your budgetary allocations for similar programs so as not to duplicate work. I want to say that while the Producer Responsibility Act takes meaningful steps to provide a common standard for statewide recycling, it does not go far enough to encourage innovation and leaves room for more immediate implementation of circular economy concepts on a local level. Where I see the biggest opportunity for continued emphasis is in two areas: education and facilitation for proper use of existing recycling and composting infrastructure in the city, and the banning of use of non-compostable single-serving items in certain key sectors. When a Boulder resident gets takeout and has to make decisions on what to compost, what to recycle, and what to send to the landfill, there is a high likelihood that waste will end up in the wrong place. I'd like to ask you all to evaluate the low-hanging fruit and strongly push for local ordinances mandating that all retail and food businesses in the city use only compostable packaging and utensils. Packaging materials already exist that make this a reality, and incremental cost to businesses and consumers would be manageable. In addition, the additive cost would maybe serve to drive businesses away from their unsustainable practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Now we have Lynn Siegel and then Christian Kerr.
I have a story about food of an international student from Abu Dhabi that is a grad student in aeronautical engineering at CU and can't eat on the campus because the Center for Community has food, but big long lines for all the undergraduate students. And the UMC has lousy food and a Subway. So he orders food in a 50-pound box once a week, and it comes with these frozen gel cubes that keep the food preserved. And do you know what those gel cubes are? They're a toxic material. They have to go in the landfill, apparently. There's unless you dry them out, and how would you do that? They can be reused, but they have very little times you can reuse them. When you open them up and drain out the gel, who knows where you put the gel, then you have to take the plastic, because it's a special kind of plastic, to the hazardous waste center. Now, CU, I thought, is world-class in the atmospheric sciences and in climate change. And this is what they're doing to their grad school students. The grad school students have to order this toxic material for their food because CU cannot provide food for them. What's wrong with this picture? And all the grad students at CU South, what about them? What about the services for them? And what about the toxic materials coming from them? He happens to be in the aerospace industry. Well, the aerospace department at CU can't find the space for toxic material projects that require toxic materials in the city of Boulder. They can't do it on their campus, and the people have to go to Broomfield to find space for toxic materials. What's wrong with
Thank you
this
for your
problem?
testimony, Lynn. Your time is up. And now Christian Kerr. Can we get Christian on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thanks for sticking with me. You'd think I could figure out a Zoom meeting by this time. I am calling in about the homeless coordination center, whatever, the one that somebody called a country club for transients. I think that in many, many places, this could be a good idea. places that don't have resources, places that maybe don't have coordinated entry, don't have shelter options, don't have people out there, ambassadors out there actually going to where these people in need of assistance are and trying to get them signed up. I'm not sure what we're doing with it here in Boulder. I mean, for the people that are kind of like pushing this, is it just checking a box? Is it really going to move the needle, as it were? It doesn't seem to me that this is filling a need that we have in Boulder. There are other examples around the country of similar kind of low barrier assistance places, and the record on those is not good, bad in most cases, and they're abandoned and shut down. It seems to me like this is not a wise place to devote precious resources. I think mental health and making some of our current options compulsory is where our efforts are needed. Thank you.
Thanks, Christian. All right, that brings open comment to a close. I'll first turn to staff to see if you have any responses.
No responses from me today. Just grateful for everyone who spoke and happy to answer any questions.
Great.
I will just correct. This is Teresa Tate, City Attorney. I will correct one misstatement. The Boulder Revised Code does have a definition of family that can be found in 1-2-1, and it's quite expansive.
Thanks for that. Bob, then Mark, then Nicole. Matt?
Just a question for you, Chris. I know we'll have a presentation tonight from Housing and Human Services. I imagine we'll probably touch for a few minutes during that presentation on the day shelter. But we had some speakers who are apparently under the impression that a decision has been made to locate a day shelter in downtown. And could you maybe clarify that or correct that if that's not accurate?
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that question. And a location for the day center has not been selected. Right now, we are in the process of exploring what services a day center could provide. After that work is done, then there'll be an entire process to talk about potential locations for a day center. And I know Kurt and his team are going to talk a little bit more about that in the presentation later tonight, but you are correct.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Aaron. So my question is really with regard to some of the testimony we've had regarding CU South and the annexation. And so I don't know if we want to ask one of our council experts here, Mayor Pro Tem Friend, or if we have someone on staff to answer. But really it was addressing two questions that we've heard. Why the city ended up not choosing the 500-year flood protection. And then the second question is really around the idea that doesn't the city actually gain a lot of open space as a result of annexation more than we currently have at the site? So those are sort of two questions I wanted to sort of make sure we could clarify for the residents and those who were speaking. And then I have a follow-up after that for a different issue.
Chris, do you want to take that?
Sure, and I was just looking to see if anyone from our utilities team was here as well, and I don't think they are logged into the meeting, but I do know both of those are common questions that we've received, and there's a pretty detailed FAQ on the city website. I don't have it here in front of me, but I don't want to guess at the answers until I pull them up. So if somebody else knows them, there's Joe walking in on cue.
The cavalry has arrived.
Look at that.
I was going to take a stab at it, but Joe is the expert.
And Joe, I don't know if you caught those questions before.
Not the second one, but I just coincidentally, magically.
You can talk into the microphone. I'm not sure if it's on.
I didn't hear the second question. By the way, I'm Joe Tadeucci, the director of the Utilities Department. I heard the first question, which I think was...
Sorry, Joe. We're getting complaints, by the way, folks, that were hard to hear. So if you can just get right into that microphone, please.
I'm going to get right in there.
All right.
The question about the 500-year flood and why we didn't select it. really came down to technical issues. We were not able to match the existing conditions out there, which is important to get the approvals that we need from regulating agencies like FEMA. So it had a lot of problems, but that was the fundamental one that kept us from selecting it.
Appreciate that, Joe. The second question had to do with, does the city have a lot to gain with regards to open space as a result of the annexation agreement?
Yeah, so in the annexation agreement, well, the flood project will impact about 5 acres of open space property adjacent to US 36 between Boulder Creek and CU's property. And in the annexation agreement, there is 119 acres that is designated as open space other. And the annexation agreement is allowing us to acquire that once we get all the approvals that we need for the flood project.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate that.
Rachel?
Oh, yeah.
I was just going to add, as someone who voted on the 100 versus 500-year flood design, there were a couple more aspects that I thought were relevant in addition to what Joe has said, which is that technically we couldn't do it because of like the tie-in at US 36 and the need to get water to vacate that property within, is it 72 hours? 48 hours? Some magic number of hours you can't withhold water there. And then there was also, though, a much higher environmental impact on protected species and habitat. And then a third reason was it was going to be some $30 to $40 million more, which would inhibit us from doing other properties. So given that 100 years sort of the gold standard and 500 was aspirational, we just couldn't get there. Even if we owned all the property, as I asked Joe Tadeucci a number of times, we still couldn't get there.
And just confirming, I agree with all of that. The 72-hour evacuation of the water that accumulates during the flood in the reservoir is a different thing. But it's really the existing conditions of the water flowing under the US 36 bridge. If we were to have built our best version of the 500-year flood project, it would have made the flow conditions under that bridge worse than they are without the project. And that's a showstopper.
Thanks, Joe. The other one was clarifying with we had a resident talk about sort of the elections and one of our charter amendment changes that's coming to the ballot with regards to whether someone can run for multiple offices at the same time. And I think it's just worth clarifying because there was a slide that talked about how we've had multiple mayoral elections over the past few years. And I think it's just worth clarifying. We haven't had a mayoral election by the residents in over 100 years. And starting next year will be the first election of a mayor. And so it's worth clarifying for anybody listening that we've up to this point appointed the mayor among 9 people on council, but this will be the first election next year where the people actually have a say in who our mayor is. So just want to clarify so we're not confusing people out there.
So Nicole.
Thank you. And thanks, Bob, for asking my first question for me. My next question, and this maybe we can come back to this during the homelessness discussion. Somebody mentioned Bridge House, which is certainly an amazing model for folks who are kind of exiting homelessness. My understanding, though, is that those 44 beds that Bridge House has, there's a very specific criteria on who is able to be in those beds, and that there are a lot of contracts with the Department of Corrections, for example, that govern that. And a lot of those folks are actually not kind of Boulder's population of people experiencing homelessness. So I was wondering if there's anybody who could speak to that. If you know, if not, maybe I can just repose that question later. But my understanding is that it's not necessarily one that we as the city can just put people into.
Yeah, Nicole, thank you for the question. And let's see if when we get to the presentation tonight, if somebody's able to answer that question.
Lauren?
Oh, I had one more. Sorry. This was somebody mentioned occupancy, and I know that that's on our council work plan because we decided on that in January. But what I couldn't remember is when it's coming up for an update on our council agenda. And I was just wondering, Chris, if you could fill us in on that so the community can stay tuned, at least have an idea of when that's coming.
Let me go look that up, and I will let you know in just a second.
Lauren?
Thank you, Aaron. I just wanted to address one of the presentations that Caitlin made around minimum wage. So right now we are working through the Consortium of Cities Minimum Wage Working Group to look at a regional minimum wage with representatives from Boulder County, the city and county of Broomfield, Longmont, Louisville, Netherland, Erie, and a growing list of communities around us. And our hope is to bring a large number of communities together in this effort to look at a higher regional minimum wage. On September 21st, our working group will host a presentation on the current state legislation, research, and information about the minimum wage effort that we've undergone thus far.
Yeah, thanks for your work on that, Lauren. And I'll also mention that we did just authorize city staff recently to spend some city staff time on supporting that effort. Looking forward to seeing that come forward. Chris?
And to answer your question right now, the council priority around occupancy is scheduled for this fall as the first initial scoping conversation, tentatively October, November right now.
Great. And then I would just ask, it sounds like the Glenn and Knott and his wife, whose name I'm sorry I didn't catch, had sent in something about their property. Can we just track down if maybe somebody received that?
Yep, we were able to track down that presentation, and I just forwarded it to all of the council members. In addition, I've connected them with Joe Tadeucci's team via email so that they can take a further look as well.
Great. So we'll get back to them before too long. Wonderful. Appreciate that follow-up. All right. Seeing nothing else on open comments, we can move to our consent agenda.
All right, sir. Thank you. Our tonight's consent agenda includes items A through K.
And I'm just going to make a couple quick comments and then I'll look to my colleagues. One is that I wanted to give a huge congratulations and thank you to the city's finance department for yet another successful audit report, as Dr. Gross mentioned earlier. So I don't think they're in the room anymore, but phenomenal work, everybody in the finance team. Really appreciate all that you do to keep the city on track financially. And the other one was, I just wanted to make a note we've been getting some emails from folks regarding Ordinance 8534. That's about the ballot measure question of whether to repeal the earlier Ordinance 8483 regarding the annexation of CU South. And there have been some requests to change the ballot language. I did just want to mention that we had earlier advice from our city attorney's office that our current ballot language that's proposed is appropriate and legal. And just note that we did consult expert outside opinion, a legal expert in the area of Colorado election law, and they corroborated our city staff's legal opinion. So just wanted to mention that before we pass that consent agenda item. Any comments or questions on the agenda? I got Mark and then Rachel.
I have no question, but that the wording of the ordinance with respect to the repeal of CU South is legal, but I'm not sure it's the best way to go. And again, I'm saying this as someone who does not favor that referendum and will not vote for that referendum, but I do like or prefer to have parties have a clear understanding of what they are voting for or against. And I think some of that language would have been usefully exchanged for what the petitioners are requesting. I know that's not the will of council, and I know that's not the will of council, but I think it would have been a practical thing to do that would not have impacted the vote in any way, but would have simply made it clearer for all citizens. Thanks.
Thanks. Yep, follow up.
So I just want to follow up with your point there, Mark, and maybe this is a question for Teresa. If all things were equal and this was purely discretionary, we could change the language, but wasn't there some concern that by changing the language, we could then open ourselves up to some legal fuzziness, more or less? And so I just want to make sure that it isn't just a game of wordsmithing. There are actual potential consequences of actually modifying the language outside of just what words to choose. Is that correct?
Yes, I'd invite Kathy Haddock into this conversation as well at this time. Kathy's joining us remotely this evening. That's right. And I'll remind council that we did use the language on the petition, and while it may be inartful, we are doing our best to be responsive to that language and to put forward a referendum that people approved by their petition and signatures.
Thanks. Kathy, do you want to take that?
Thank you. And also, I apologize for not being there, but very much appreciate being able to keep my cold germs at home. So thank you for that. And I agree with everything that Teresa said. And, as we do these, we did do several different ways of trying to write the language.
Right now, so help yourself.
And then had other people poke holes in the language, and so do feel that this is the best thing to do. A lot of the reason for what Teresa said, that is what was on the petition, and that this is too complex of an ordinance to try to start summarizing and determining which items are important and which are not. So that this is the best that we can do in view of trying that the ballot title is a summary of something that's very complex. So the best thing is the ordinance itself.
It's very helpful. Thanks for that, Kathy. And we appreciate you not sharing your germs with us, but just sharing your expert opinion. Yeah.
I really wish that whoever shared them with me would have kept them at home.
Correct. Teresa, do you have a follow-up?
I do. I just wanted to add, we understand the need for understanding and really want voters to understand what they're voting on. And to that end, our city clerk, Alicia Johnson, is going to be linking 8483 on the ballot measure page so that people can easily access that ordinance and see in entirety the many complex pieces.
That's great. Thank you, Alicia. That'll be helpful. Mark?
Thank you for doing that. I think that helps remedy the problem. And I made my comments with no expectation that council was going to change its mind, but I thought they were appropriate to make. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Seeing no other hands. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rachel.
Well, I want to say thank you as an attorney to Matt for using the word fuzziness to describe a legal situation that's dead on in a lot of situations. And I appreciate Mark raising the point. I think that for the reasons that city attorneys have laid out, it would be legally risky for us to change the language. I also don't know that the proposed language actually makes it any more clear. So I'm very comfortable staying with the language as it is. But I had raised my hand actually just to thank Mark and Junie for doing that audit work for the rest of us. That would not be my top choice of a committee. So thank you for digging deep and keeping our city's finances safe.
It was very exciting.
We are in your debt. All right. Seeing nothing else, I believe we have a roll call on this. Except first, we need a motion.
Move to pass the consent agenda.
Second.
Now we have something to vote on.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. We'll start this roll call this evening with Councilmember Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend.
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Spear.
I will abstain from G, but otherwise, yes.
Thank you. Wallach.
Yes, with the exception of J.
Thank you, sir.
No.
Weiner.
Yes, with the exception of J as well.
Thank you. And Yates.
Yes, on all of them except for item J, the even year election ballot measure, which I vote no on.
All right. Thank you, sir. The consent agenda, sir, is passed unanimously with the noted nays.
Thanks so much. All right. So now we move to our call-up check-ins, and we have one.
Gotta get used to using paper again. Tonight's agenda item 4A is the call-up check-in for a 3-year extension of development approval for the site review LUR 2017-00081 for redevelopment of the site located at 5505 Central Avenue with an approximately 53,630 square foot, 2.5-story office building within the Flatiron Industrial Business Park and Industrial General IG zoning district. The proposal also includes improving internal connectivity between 4 commonly owned properties, along with the addition of bicycle parking, adjustments to parking layout, and improvements to walkways, drainage, water quality, lighting, and landscaping.
Great. Any interest in calling this up or any comments, questions? All right. I'm seeing lots of shaking heads, so it doesn't look like there's any interest there. So I think we can go into our public hearing.
All right, sir. Thank you. Tonight, item 5A under public hearings is our second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt by emergency measure Ordinance 8531, amending sections 5-9-6, unreasonable noise prohibited between the hours of 11 p.m. through 7 a.m., and 5-3-11, nuisance party prohibited, BRC 1981, to prohibit unreasonable amplified noise during the daytime as well as nighttime hours and setting forth those related details.
Chris, I'll turn to you to get us started.
Great, thank you. And I'm happy to introduce several folks from our city team as well as our partners that are going to help present this item. Sandra Yanis from the City Attorney's Office is going to begin, as well as Brenda Rittenauer from our Communications and Engagement Department is here on the dais, as well as some remote members. So with that, I will turn it over to Sandra to take it away.
All right, can you all hear me?
Yeah, but do speak really directly in, please.
Okay. You just give me just one moment to set up. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandra Yanis, Deputy City Attorney. And tonight we will be discussing the proposed ordinance 8531 for unreasonable noise. Next slide, please. There we go. So the item presented tonight is part of Council's work plan to address quality of life issues in residential neighborhoods. This ordinance is one piece of a bigger plan intended to address these issues. As you may recall from the recent presentation to Council in July, noise was identified as one of the top issues in terms of negatively impacting quality of life citywide. City staff have been working collaboratively.
Sandra, could I ask you to lean into the mic? Thanks.
How about now? It's not working. Can you hear me? It doesn't seem like it's working because I'm almost eating it.
Or if this one's better.
Right? All right. Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello? Hello?
What about this one? Is this one better?
Hello? Hello? Okay, can you hear me now? Is it me? Hello?
I guess, yeah, really, really go close to
Hello?
it, apparently.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I think it's
We're getting feedback that Zoom is loud and clear. I guess I would be interested to hear whether Channel 8 can hear, and then whether council members are able to hear if we project a little bit.
I'm certainly able to hear. I was relaying it from the clerk staff over here that were holding up a mind the mic sign.
Okay. Well, I will do my best. All right, fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you for your patience. Why don't I start again for this slide? And so the item presented tonight is part of Council's work plan to address quality of life issues in residential neighborhoods. This ordinance is one piece of a bigger plan intended to address these issues. As you may recall from the recent presentation to Council in July, noise was identified as one of the top issues in terms of negatively impacting quality of life citywide. City staff have been working collaboratively with the Hill Revitalization Working Group to look for ways to address the noise issue. The Hill Revitalization Working Group is made up of representatives from the University Hill Neighborhood Association, BARHA, which is Boulder Area Rental Housing Authority, CU representatives from local government and community relations, student affairs, student conduct, restorative justice, student government, off-campus housing and neighborhood relations, fraternity and sorority life, CU Police Department, and city staff. They provided a lot of great feedback that was used to create the final version of the proposed ordinance that you see tonight. It was vetted and is supported by this group. This work includes the efforts of many different city departments and city partners. As you can see from this long list, we have a lot of folks that were involved in this work. We have wonderful representatives here tonight who are available to answer questions you might have at the conclusion of this presentation. Current noise ordinance prohibits unreasonable amplified noise at night from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. The proposed ordinance adds daytime hour restrictions in residential areas only from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Amplified noise is defined as noise by means of any electronic amplifier. This ordinance is meant to address egregious daytime noise resulting from amplified sound in residential neighborhoods throughout the city. The amplified noise must be heard from 200 or more feet beyond the property line of the property upon which the loudspeakers are located. That is approximately one city block. I think that most would agree that hearing noise from that far away would be considered egregious. The proposed ordinance does not impact other types of noise violations found in other parts of the city code. Daytime noise is already a violation under the current code, and it sets the maximum decibel level at 55 in residential areas. The proposed ordinance simply provides an alternative path for determining a noise violation without the use of a sound meter or a complainant. And as I mentioned before, it applies citywide. Next slide. So why did we choose 200 feet? So unreasonable noise, unreasonable amplified noise is prohibited at night with a measurement of 100 or more feet beyond the property line of the property upon which the loudspeakers are located. The proposed new ordinance prohibits unreasonable amplified noise during the day with a measurement of 200 or more feet beyond the property line. The reason for the different distances is that there is a higher expectation of noise during the day. Additionally, when we researched other cities, it was common to have different degrees of noises during the day than at night, including in Boulder's own code related to decibel readings. An average city block is between 250 and 300 feet. In terms of measuring from the property line, that would be the property line of a single-family dwelling. In the case of an apartment complex, the property line would not be from the apartment where the noise is emanating, but rather the property line of the apartment building. The same is true for manufactured home parks. The property line is at the edge of the park and not individual manufactured homes. Next slide. So let's talk about the proposed ordinance tonight and what it doesn't do. It does not apply to unamplified noise. The current code prohibits unreasonable unamplified noise at night. The standard is no yelling, screaming, shouting louder than that which is reasonably necessary for normal conversational speech on public property. There's also a whole chapter on noise in the code that addresses anything from leaf blowers to loud mufflers, construction noise, etc. The proposed ordinance is specific to amplified noise during the day. We took the approach that the main noise disturbances were related to parties, which would usually have amplified music. If there was a large party and no music, then other provisions of the code, such as nuisance party, could still apply. This proposed ordinance does not require a decibel reader or specialized training for officers, and it does not apply to commercial areas. Next slide. Why is there a need for this ordinance? It's an objective way to enforce a noise violation. It's measured by distance. It doesn't require a decibel sound meter or special officer training. It doesn't require a complainant. An officer can observe the violation. And lastly, it provides another tool for police to intervene prior to 11 p.m. before a party may get out of control later in the evening. Next slide. The proposed ordinance not only amends the noise ordinance, but it also amends the nuisance party ordinance by adding daytime unreasonable amplified noise to the list of violations that define when a social gathering becomes a public nuisance. If an officer determines that the daytime amplified noise is egregious and that it constitutes a nuisance party violation, the officer may order participants to cease the social gathering and disperse immediately. Refusal to obey and abide by such an order is a separate violation. Next slide. There are several affirmative defenses or exceptions to this rule, including sound coming from a vehicle's horn as a danger warning signal, sound made by a police alarm device, fire alarm device, car alarm, and sound coming from a city-issued event permit. There is a permit requirement for amplified sound in public places, where the amplified sound must be turned off by 11 p.m. and meet legal decibel levels. Variances may be approved. Next slide. The proposed ordinance tonight is by emergency. What that means is that if it's adopted and passed, it's effective immediately. There will not be a 30-day waiting period. The basis for the emergency is the need to implement the new law at the beginning of the university school year when there is a propensity for increased noise impacting public health and safety. Next slide. And I'm going to hand it off to Brenda Rittenauer. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me? And I can be loud, so let me know if you can't. So my name is Brenda Rittenauer. I am the Neighborhood Engagement and Services Manager for the city and have been the staff liaison for the Hill Revitalization Working Group for some time. I also conducted the community engagement for this proposed noise ordinance change. As we mentioned, this change has been recommended and endorsed by the Hill Revitalization Working Group. Sandra already read the long list of partners who participate on that group, including student leaders. We also had specific conversations with the community connectors and residents and with the Goss Grove Neighborhood Association, in addition to the University Hill Neighborhood Association Executive Board. We also gathered feedback on Be Heard Boulder, which is our engagement platform, and we reported that out to you in the memo through August 16th. And then yesterday on Hotline, you received an updated report through yesterday so that you could see each and every response that was provided on Be Heard Boulder. In summary, 160 feedback participants, 102 who saw no negative impacts, 37 participants shared concerns, including some respondents who live on the Hill. Sorry, to push all the buttons. We wanted to share with you some themes of the positive impacts and negative impacts found in those responses, as well as in the conversations that we had. We assure that people felt that this would assure peaceful enjoyment of the home and private outdoor space, that it would allow for sleep before 11 p.m., that it would pivot enforcement responsibility from neighbors to police because no phone call is needed, that it would create a more peaceful and welcoming environment for everyone, that it would provide a clear standard of expectation for neighbors, and that it could improve relations between students and neighbors in the University Hill neighborhood. We also heard negative impacts shared both by our community connectors and residents and on Be Heard Boulder. I also, our consultant, Amanda Nagel with Unlocking Government, who works with the working group, had a conversation with a student leader who is part of a fraternity that lives on the Hill, and he shared many of the same concerns that are on this slide as well. They include potential for increased calls to police motivated by racial bias, increase in us against them mentality between neighbors and students on the Hill, as well as between neighbors in other parts of town, as this is citywide, an increase in police presence in neighborhoods where that can be stressful to community members. It limits the ability to gather with others to play live music or enjoy recorded music. It could be overreaching or result in Boulder creating nanny state legislation, and it compromises the spirit of Boulder as a college town. We wanted to share some of the ways that we got the word out also with property managers, with our partners at the Boulder Area Rental Housing Association. They did proactive outreach to their members, and the city, realizing that not every property manager or rental licensee is a member of BARHA, also reached out with notification to over 7,500 rental license holders in the city, our entire current list. Both we and BARHA are committed to reaching back out to those lists if this does pass tonight, to make sure that those property managers and license holders are aware of this new ordinance. We also had similar partnership from CU to get the word out, and we would invite Devin Kramer, if he has joined us on Zoom, to pop his camera on and share with you CU's collaboration in this effort. Is
Thank
Devin
you.
available? Great. Thanks, Devin.
Yep, I'm here, and I believe my colleague Lori Call is going to make a few comments first.
Thanks, Devin. Good evening. I'm Lori Call, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Local Government and Community Engagement at the University of Colorado Boulder. I'm here with Devin Kramer, our Dean of Students this evening. As members of the Hill Revitalization Working Group, we have been part of the discussions over many months that led to the recommended ordinance you will discuss this evening. We believe that this ordinance will be an important investment, and we strongly support it. This was also supported by the students who have participated in the Hill Revitalization Working Group. We recognize that we all have a role in addressing quality of life issues for the community, and we are taking additional steps to be mindful of CU's impact. As CU Chancellor DeStefano recently announced, we are planning for a modest 0.5% enrollment increase in the coming years. Most of that will occur through increased focus on the retention of existing students and increased graduate student enrollment, rather than the enrollment of additional first-year students. We will also increase our on-campus housing inventory to help alleviate housing pressures in the broader community. And we will continue working with our partners at the city to address quality of life and public safety concerns off campus. I'll now invite Devin to share more information about the steps that his team will be taking to help our students understand their role in our broader Boulder community and to help educate them on being good neighbors. Devin?
Thanks, Lori. As Lori stated, my name is Devin Kramer, and I'm the Acting Dean of Students at CU Boulder. I appreciate you having me tonight. One of the primary mechanisms CU has to address the concerns on the Hill and throughout the Boulder community is our student conduct process, which I'll talk about briefly. Before I do that, I do want to acknowledge that the vast majority of our students are exceptional citizens of Boulder that help shape this wonderful community with their activism and support for the local economy. Boulder is an innovative hub of knowledge and technology, thanks in part to our students' impressive and unique ideas. Those impacts are what it means to be a buff. A very small percentage of those students are also of our students are causing some of the harm that we're talking about today. And we recognize that harm can also have a very large impact. First, I want to say, in an effort to be more transparent with the community, on August 15th, we posted annual off-campus conduct statistics for the first time, which can be found on the CU Student Conduct webpage, and this covers our last academic year. Our partnership with Boulder Police and Boulder PD Records is, I think, one of the primary strengths that I want to highlight. Thus far, since August 1st of this year, we've received 58 citations from the Boulder Police Department. 43 of those are minor in possession and 15 public consumption of alcohol. Of those, we've already been able to contact 21 students, and the other 37 will be contacted in the coming days. These numbers don't include our on-campus violations, and so we're a little slower in the very beginning of the year because of that large number of on-campus incidents as well. This is important because through our student conduct process, when a student is found responsible for violating a university policy, including the municipal code that we're talking about today, we're able to strike a balance between education and accountability. Our educational practices are modeled off of national best standards and are in alignment with what the Boulder Municipal Court is doing in their approach. Our interventions are effective. When we see that a student causes harm to their community, our interventions help them not only repair that harm, but reflect in a responsible manner on their use of substances such as alcohol and create future plans to minimize or eliminate that harm. As I've said, Boulder Police are a wonderful partner, and we also know their work must fall within the law. Despite BPD Records having a very timely process for sending us reports, which we greatly appreciate, an issue we face is simply a lack of referrals compared to the harm that we know is being caused. This municipal code change could increase those referrals, thus increasing our early interventions and changing behavior and creating a more cohesive Hill environment. Finally, I want to share that as the university, we are prepared to educate our students if this is passed. We are set to quickly disseminate information starting tomorrow through numerous channels, including social media. We use the CU Boulder Today articles, door hangers on residents' homes, communication to landlords, property managers, etc. That's not an exhaustive list, but I want you to know that we have a plan. Thank you for your time, and I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Devin and Lori. Thank you so much for your partnership and all the work that you put into this. Next, we're going to talk about, next slide. Yep. Okay, great. So if council adopts the proposed ordinance tonight, we will be tracking the impacts of the ordinance in various ways. One of the concerns we heard from our community engagement is the potential for increased calls to police motivated by racial bias. The data on current noise enforcement does not support any racial bias. However, we will continue to monitor this in the use of the new noise ordinance by working with the police department and the municipal court to ensure we are not inadvertently creating racial disparities with our approach. Secondly, our team is looking into measuring success in terms of metrics associated with the proposed ordinance. The data evaluation will likely include analysis related to location, frequency of complaints and tickets, acknowledging that there may be an uptick in the number of tickets issued if the ordinance passes, and then hopefully more compliance and less tickets as time goes on. Furthermore, we will continue to engage our community to receive anecdotal feedback. Our goal with this ordinance is to increase the quality of life in neighborhoods and not create unintended consequences. Next slide. And with that, I would like to thank you all for your attention and invite any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Sandra and Brenda, and also really big appreciation to our partners at the university. Lori and Devin, thank you for being here, and we greatly appreciate how we work so well together on these issues. So any questions for city staff? Junie?
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is really a question for city staff, but I'm just trying to understand better the presentation and the context as to why we are here today. If there are, my understanding, if there is already noise ordinance, and I did not hear when the CU representative spoke, I did not hear any citation about noise from the 58 citations, so I'm just not sure how this new ordinance will make CU more effective.
I'm happy to answer that. Thank you, Councilman Josephs. I believe that the current ordinance does allow for um, flexibility and it's an ability to enforce easier. So the current noise ordinance is based on decibel readings and would require a sound meter, and our officers are not trained on that. And so because of this new ordinance, they would be able to just pace off the 200 feet in order to determine whether there was a violation or not. So it makes it very simple. And in addition to that, because it is now regulating daytime, it's covering that time that normally wouldn't be addressed before 11 p.m. And a lot of the parties, as we've seen, start earlier and then they grow and grow. And unfortunately, by the time we're allowed to enforce at 11, they've grown to a size that it's difficult to manage. So this will give us an opportunity to address them earlier.
Yes, Nicole.
I just have a few questions, and thanks for the presentation, and thank you to everybody who's been serving on this working group. Truly an amazing amount of work that's gone on over the last year and a half. One of the questions that I have is just around the amount of time that it takes to respond to noise complaints in terms of our staff time, and not just sort of showing up to the house and dealing with a complaint, but any paperwork or anything that kind of may come after that. And I was just wondering if somebody could speak to the amount of time it's going to be taking. This may be a question for our wonderful police who are sitting in the audience there, but I'm just curious about that.
Good evening, Council. Steve Redfern, Deputy Chief of Police. So it's a great question. Typically, it's not going to be an extended amount of time. The proposed ordinance will not change the actual response other than, as we talked, we currently don't have some of the tools that we need under the current ordinance in the such as a decibel meter and things like that. So this will actually make it potentially quicker for officers if it meets the criteria under the new ordinance to be able to issue that citation in those cases where it is excessive. Really all it is trying to figure out when we get there who the responsible person is for the party, for the house, for the apartment, doing some initial just checking to verify who's who, what's what. Issuing that ticket doesn't take long. It's a small piece of paperwork. And then there might be some ancillary things that we may have to address if there's underage people there that are intoxicated, getting responsible adults, all of those things. But normally when we're doing these things, we're looking at 20 to 30 minutes maximum. One of the things that the new ordinance will help with is currently before 11 o'clock, we need a reporting party to call dispatch and say they'd like a police officer to come out to deal with this noise. Now we don't need that. The officers can see this on their own, measure it as Sandra described, and be able to take action on those really loud, excessive noise. So actually it might make it a little quicker when we are not having to go contact that person and they need to sign a complaint and all of those things.
And do you have a sense if there's going to be a need for other work to not happen or other complaints and things to not be responded to? Because I know that all of our staff are really kind of crunched for time right now. So I'm just wondering if there's a trade-off involved here.
Sure. So normally as tonight, being back to school, our neighborhood impact team, our Hill team is up on the hill. They're in the neighborhood. They're out on foot. They've had decent success in the last couple of weeks with dealing with some firework issues, noise complaints, all of those things. So normally they're up on the hill, out on foot, interacting with students. Granted, if we have a major emergency in another part of the city, they would get pulled off for that if it's a big call. So yes, if it's a very busy night, summer night, whatever the case may be, where we have emergencies or higher priority calls where there's life or limb threat, these noise complaints could potentially not be addressed in a timely manner. Normally, our response times are are fairly quick. We're talking under 10 minutes or so when it's a big party, because we tend to get a lot of calls on the same party.
Thank you. And so you're mentioning kind of some of the nighttime calls, and my understanding is that this is for a daytime ordinance as well. So do you expect this to detract from work that you're doing during the day? Because it sounds like those patrols are largely happening at night.
Sure, and the way the way I understand the ordinance, and Sandra can correct me if I'm wrong, this will allow us to take that enforcement action prior to 11 p.m. So I'm thinking evening hours sometimes when it gets busy. But during the day, we have historically seen issues on the Hill. If you look back to some of the issues with some civil unrest we had in March of 21, some of those parties started very early in the day and continued as described just prior. So that will allow us during the day to be able to get up there early, whether it's to initially give a warning or say, hey, right, we can now cite you for this without a complaint. And it just gives us another tool. We know it's not going to solve every issue. Daytime, our calls for service are fairly steady, but I think, quite frankly, during the day, we don't have the same number of in-progress calls that we do in the evening. So we'd have to get, we could look at data on calls for service, and we've done that. I don't think it's going to make a significant difference.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I think that's all the questions that I had for PD. Thank you. The other question that I had was just around the engagement. It really seems like this was developed a lot with the Hill, with folks are in and around the Hill. And I was just wondering if you could give an estimate of how of sort of the universe of engagement that we did on this. What percentage would you say was specific to the Hill versus other areas?
Yeah, so certainly this idea was generated by the Hill Working Group. So it started and originated on the Hill. I looked to the Goss Grove Neighborhood Association because when I looked at a map of existing noise calls, that was our next most populous area, our next hotspot on the heat map. And we know that it's also a heavily student populated neighborhood. So I wanted to check in with those folks as well. I did go to the community connectors and residents because I wanted to make sure to get both the equity lens and more of a whole city lens. And then we advertised the Be Heard Boulder site. We ran a spot on Channel 8 News last week. Previous to that, we had run a couple different spots on Nextdoor that were citywide. I know that at least 23 different neighborhoods that were not the Hill participated on Be Heard Boulder. That was from the August 16th report. I can't say how many added. I forgot to look up that before I came, but we could look it up together. So we did hear from other neighborhoods, certainly not in the concentration that we heard from the Hill. The vast majority, even on Be Heard Boulder, of who we heard back from was on the Hill. And I imagine that's because it is more of a relevant issue to that community than to other parts of the city.
Yep. Okay, thank you. So maybe like 80 to 90% Hill feedback,
I would
or is
say
that too high?
70 to 80 maybe.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Lauren?
Thank you. Sandra, you were mentioning that you looking at other municipalities, that there are sort of similar ordinances that involve distance in terms of, whether you can hear something at a particular distance. How is the distance that we're proposing compare to sort of what you are seeing in other municipalities?
Thank you for the question. So there were some similarities. I'm thinking of Fort Collins, and so the distance, and there were several factors that they take into consideration, distance being one of them. So in terms of the actual number, I don't know if we found any that were necessarily the same or comparable, but they certainly had, daytime, the zone, whether it's residence, commercial, those kinds of factors in place.
Okay, thank you. And this might not be something that you have the answer for, but I was also wondering how hearing something at this distance might compare to the decibel level that we currently look to. Like, is it 50 decibels at the property line? And, is that something that at 200 feet is about the same, or, something that you can hear?
That's a great question, too. So it's 55 in a residential area, and we have not done that analysis. It would be very interesting to find out. I think that the challenge with decibel readings a lot of times is that there's ambient noise, and it makes it really challenging to figure out where the noise is coming from. And so I think this is a much more objective way of determining a violation.
Thank you.
Rachel?
Thanks for the presentation and all the work you have both done on this for years, really. I just wanted to know what impact, if any, would this have on things like modified cars or motorcycles with like that exhaust or muffler or whatever makes that. I'm getting a nod from Teresa there, head shake. And or leaf blowers, and if it doesn't have any impact, will we look at that separately?
Thanks for the question. So our focus was related to the work plan that was presented to us from council, and so the focus was really related to the parties and the noise generated from those activities. The proposed ordinance does not address those types of noises that you've mentioned. They are in the current code, so we do regulate that. If that's something that council would like us to take another look at, that could certainly be another work plan item, but the proposed ordinance does not make any changes to that.
Thank you.
Thanks for the clear presentation and the many years of work that have led to where we are today. My question concerns around what we hear a lot in email and other concerns about fireworks. So those aren't nuisance parties. That's not a regular sound you can track. It's a one-off, and then trying to track it down. My question has to really go around. I know we ban fireworks at any level here in the city, but we have a fireworks tent that pops up, right there at El Dorado Canyon, right around 4th of July and other sales. And so, how is the city reconciling the proximity of the sale of what is otherwise fully illegal in this city, right along the boundary of our city? And is there efforts to sort of work with the county and or county sheriff to try to reconcile some of those differences? Because the Swiss cheese model then sort of falls apart pretty quickly if you have to take a 3-mile bike ride down to El Dorado to get the fireworks you need.
Okay. I was told not to hold the microphone, so I will not do that. Thank you for the question. And I'm really glad you asked it, because I do know that fireworks is a big issue. And unfortunately, this particular ordinance doesn't address it, but there is work in that area. We have Amanda Nagel, who is available, can provide some more detail about the work that's being done in this area. But I also want to mention, before I hand it off to her, is that the city attorney's office and the city prosecutors take firework cases very seriously. We know the fire danger, and not just that, but the fact that it's a huge issue in terms of quality of life for neighborhoods. And so we do not offer plea offers on those types of charges. And, I think the court is also very much aware of the severity of the violation in terms of the potential for fire and those sorts of health and safety issues. And so that's the approach that we're taking. And as I mentioned, we have Amanda available. Hopefully she's on. She's a virtual, who can provide some more details about the other work that we're doing in this area.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. We are working as a subcommittee of the Hill Revitalization Working Group.
Amanda, do you mind introducing yourself, please?
Oh, I apologize. My name is Amanda Nagel. I'm an outside facilitator who has been working with the Hill Revitalization Working Group, and also a group of city staff on short, medium, and long-term projects related to improving quality of life on University Hill. One of the topics that we have worked on and how we do work in this group is we create subcommittees that work on specific issues that oftentimes either work in tandem with the city on their projects and or in addition to those projects. The fireworks subcommittee has had 2 meetings thus far and really is still in the storming phase of identifying what their agenda will be and how they will do it. Our next meeting is on October 19th. We've had the privilege of working with Carl Castillo to help do some research on any kind of loopholes that might exist in the state law that might be creating the opportunity to buy or access fireworks illegally in or around Boulder County. We've been told that those loopholes have been filled at the state level. We are going to be meeting on the 19th to decide if with the group will reach out to incoming Sheriff-elect Curtis Johnson to talk about potentially working with fireworks underneath the fire ban proposal. We'll also be putting in front of that subcommittee decisions about perhaps working with, I believe it's the Symposium of Cities, correct me if I'm wrong there, for the county consortium. I'm sorry, Boulder County Consortium of Cities, to determine if there's an opportunity to work at the regional level. I think it's safe to say that this group is very open to any direction or any additional interest from the community or council to give direction on how this group might best support your efforts in trying to keep the community safe from fireworks.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Thanks so much, Amanda. Anything else? All right, got another one from Nicole.
Sorry, last question. I realized I forgot one on my list. This is going back to kind of the tracking of success. One of the things that I'm wondering about is what can residents reasonably expect? So in a year from now, right, I understand there may be a little bit of up and down for a while, but in a year, what can they expect? I mean, are we looking at like a 10% reduction in noise issues? 20? I mean, is there anything from other cities that have done similar things? I just want to make sure that folks have reasonable expectations of what we will see here.
Thank you for your question. And what I can tell you is that we're still developing those metrics. I think that any movement would be great. Obviously, the more, the better. And so while I can't quantify it at the moment, I think that if we're seeing improvement in that area, I think that that's success. And we can continue down that road and continue to seek more success. We'll just do our best to make sure that we track it.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we can move to public comment. And I think we read our guidelines earlier. Ryan, is that good enough? Very good. So we have enough speakers that there will be 2 minutes for each speaker. And our first three are Lynn Siegel, Lisa Nelson, and Marianne Wilner.
I emphasize the
Yes.
highest rigidity. And
We have more than 15 people signed up.
Are you ready for me or not?
We are, Lynn, but you're a little quiet.
Talking loud. Can you hear me now?
It's better.
I suggest the highest rigidity of this stopping these kind of issues on the Hill. This university we've got to be leveraging with them, the city of Boulder does, to reduce their population, certainly not increase it with CU South, certainly not increase it, and for a 100-year floodplain instead of a 500. And Joe Tadeucci is wrong about the underflow of I-36. He is wrong. We need to get our staff doing the right thing. And this is a bribe, and we need to leverage ourselves now. This university has grown way out of proportion with undergrads. The serious grad students aren't even being helped. They can't even get food on the campus, and they're not going to get food on the South Campus unless all those service workers increase the jobs housing imbalance. And that is the direct threat that we have to Boulder. So everything that you can do to stop anything on the Hill, because this university has very negative impact on this town. My dad complained when it was 25,000, the city of Boulder population in the early 50s. So do something, do a lot. This is ridiculous that we've been putting up with all this all these years. Even with Andrew Shoemaker up there fighting it, like what's that about? Why have you allowed, all of you and past councils allowed the kind of transgressions up on the hill. That's utterly ridiculous. It's just unacceptable. It's as unacceptable as the trash from the homeless in this town. And you know, I can't put my feet in the creek because it's probably E. coli and everything else. Also, we might say with leverage at the university that there was E. coli coming out into the creek from the campus. And those are issues for our community and for downstream. It's too much demand on water. It's too much demand on our resources with the city. It's too much demand for maintenance and operations with open space. We've already got huge 30th, it's a wall, a literal wall of compartments for people to live in. You think they're going to want to live in there? They want to go west to the open space. They have no open space at 30th and Pearl. And that's the same thing at CU. They haven't got enough food at CU, good food for their grad students. They haven't got enough aerospace project space for their students. They have no business.
And your time is up, but thank you for your testimony.
Causing trouble.
Now we have Lisa Nelson, then Marianne Wilner is absent, so Stuart Walker and Deanne Fuji. So Lisa?
Let's see, can you hear me now? Yes. Just wanted to let you know, we were told we had 3 minutes when we received the communication from the city for tonight. So I'll try to go really fast. Again, my name is Lisa Nelson. I serve on the Hill Reinvestment Working Group representing the University Hill Neighborhood Association, and I'm speaking tonight to ask you to adopt the noise ordinance. I have a story to help you understand why this is so important. Picture a beautiful spring day, you're at home, but you can't sit on your porch or be in your yard because it's too loud. There's music blasting from a block away. You can't have your friends over. It's too loud to have a conversation outside. You can't have your doors or windows open. In fact, your windows are rattling in their frames. You can't watch TV because it's too loud in your living room. You decide to take a shower, and even in your shower with the water running, you hear the pounding sound of the music. You decide to walk down and talk to your neighbors about it and ask them to please turn their music down because it's so loud inside your house. The response you typically get is a blank stare accompanied by the statement that we can do anything we want until 11 p.m. and there's nothing you can do about it. And unfortunately, under our existing ordinances, that's essentially correct because in practice, the city rarely, if ever, uses the decibel meters. This is often accompanied by a statement along the lines of, you don't belong here anyway, the hill is for us, not for you. The intense stress this brings on people has caused neighbors to flee the neighborhood, which has accelerated the decline because those houses are then purchased by investors who fill them full of more students. Hill neighbors get a bad rap in saying we're anti-students, but honestly, I would tell you that they are some of the most caring, generous, and resilient people who care a lot about our student neighbors. And we know that it's a very unsafe place for many residents, and the excessive noise is just one part of that. Students will argue that the outdoor social gatherings with amplified music are central to their college experience, but I believe it's just important for them to understand they're part of a larger community. So please pass this ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. And I apologize for the confusion. We did double check. The rules are 2 minutes if there are 15 or more people signed up, and we do have 19 minutes. But I will give people a few seconds leeway if you're running a little bit over because of the confusion. All right, now we have Stuart Walker, Deanne Fuji, and Daniel Harberger.
Oops. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name is Stuart Walker, and I'll be brief as I'm sure there are others who will speak on the topic who are more knowledgeable and articulate than I am. Our family has lived on the hill for over 30 years. We knew from the outset that we weren't moving into a quiet suburb. In fact, the vibrant neighborhood was one of the reasons that we located here. We enjoy the diversity, we enjoy the students, and we enjoy the activity. That said, managing the balance between the hill lifestyle and peaceful enjoyment can be a challenge. The proposed noise ordinance is one small yet important step toward improving that balance. Our family stands in support of this ordinance and asks the council to give it their support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart. Now we have Deanne Fuji, Daniel Harberger, and Kel Darnell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening, council and committee members. I have been a resident on the Hill since 1997, a neighbor of Stuart Walker, who just spoke. The lack of consequences for noise ordinance infractions is ongoing. My young infants were once disturbed and woken by the noise, are now themselves graduating from college. Recently, in the Daily Camera, Jan Burton spoke of an overflow fraternity house annex, which is in my neighborhood. She discussed the lack of citations for property with multiple noise complaints to law enforcement. Imagine a deafening rock concert every evening, starting in the afternoon, that you are unable to mute. My first call to the non-emergent line for this location on Tuesday, August 23rd, resulted in even higher decibels, necessitating another call. Our police force has more important things to do than police students who have no respect for their neighbors. We need clear and concrete consequences for violators, landlords, and from CU for student offenders, as well as a good tracking system and effective fines. Giving law enforcement the ability to ticket offenders or shut down parties will hopefully decrease the waste of multiple recurrent visits to these properties and send a direct message from the community. I do have a question about what are the proposed fines for infractions. And please pass this ordinance. Thank you for your work and time.
Thank you, Deanne. Next, we have Daniel Harberger, Kel Darnell, and Rishi Raj.
Hi there, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I tried a few times. All right, so I'll jump right into it. My name is Daniel Harberger. I formerly resided at 848 10th Street in Boulder. But after 4 years of dealing with constant noise pollution in my neighborhood, I actually chose to move out of this city where I was born, this city where I was raised, this city where all of my family still lives. Constant noise pollution was the #1 reason for me and my spouse to leave. And truthfully, like so many other families, the severity of the noise made us feel forced to move out of our home. So with that context, I want to submit 3 questions for your consideration. 1, what was the context around Boulder's original noise ordinance, and does it need to be updated? It seems very clear that massive amplifiers were not so common as they are now, which makes noise pollution today much larger and a much growing issue. Question 2, could it actually be beneficial to students to be held to a more respectful noise standard? As a former student myself and a manager of properties with student tenants, I can tell you that students will always find a way to have a great time in college. Enacting reasonable noise ordinances could benefit these students by helping them cultivate greater self-awareness and teaching them to collaborate with their neighbors. As a student landlord, I fully and wholeheartedly support this policy and this massive growth opportunity for Boulder's youth. Finally, question number 3. In this hearing, should the opinion of long-term residents be weighed the same as students passing through for a year or 2? It seems rational that families who are investing into building an enduring community should receive especially great consideration. We want to build a town that prospers for the long run, not one that focuses on a year-by-year party mentality. Please pass this ordinance to ensure Boulder will be a lovely place now and for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Now we have Kel Darnell, Rishi Raj, and Joseph Hughes.
My name is Kel Darnell. I'm a Hill landlord and the president of the Boulder Area Rental Housing Association, and I am testifying on behalf of BARHA, which represents over 14,000 rental housing units in Boulder. BARHA recognizes the need for the proposed noise ordinance to expand the hours of unreasonable noise violations to daytime hours. Amplified daytime noise has been the #1 complaint from the Hill neighbors for years. It's our understanding that this ordinance will allow an officer to issue a ticket if they can hear daytime noise within 200 feet and does not require a neighbor complaint, which I think is a great upgrade. This will make it easier for officers to ticket offenders, especially on the Hill, which will help housing providers curb unwanted tenant behavior. This is a good first step, but as the city continues to look at curbing nuisance behavior, we ask that you prioritize the communication dashboard project to notify housing providers of calls to service. It's imperative that a communication system be rolled out hand in hand with these other changes. Currently, as a housing provider can receive a weekly email from the courts identifying tickets issued if the landlord has signed up for the distribution list. This imperfect system only notifies a select few about tickets issued on properties and not until a week after the citation. An effective communication system that informs the rental license holder on both calls for service and tickets in real time is necessary so housing providers can proactively address the problems earlier or ask the city for help. As a member of the Hill Revitalization Work Group, BARHA collaborates with CU Boulder, the neighbors, and other community partners to come up with viable solutions for all parties. Without improved communication, it is difficult to resolve the recurring issues that we all face. We appreciate being a part of this process and thank staff and stakeholders for the time and effort that has been put into this proposal.
Thank you, Kel. Now we have Rishi Raj, Joseph Hughes, and Margot Krimmel.
So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so, there are 2-3 points I would like to make. The first is, we really need to recognize the significance of our neighborhoods in the totality of the lifestyle in Boulder. We have businesses which are very innovative, we have the open space, and we have our neighborhoods. And we must act proactively to protect them and have them flourish in the future for future generations. Now, the second point I want to make is that, there is an unusual convergence of opinion on this issue from many different directions. And that is really very heartening to see that. And, we have laws, but the effect of the laws depends upon how it is perceived. So all of these groups who have come together to propose this ordinance need to continue to work together to make themselves heard that this is a new ordinance which will be enforced so that people follow it. And I think there's already a perception that this ordinance is going to have an effect on the quality of life in our neighborhoods. Finally, I want to say that, we had this presentation in July, which was really excellent and which pointed out there are only few handful of properties on the Hill, maybe a dozen at the most, maybe 10, where these parties nucleate and grow out of control. So I think that is kind of a fundamental issue that we need to address, that people who own these properties be held responsible for allowing this kind of egregious behavior to start and grow. That is not good for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishi. And actually, I'm going to ask you a question while I've got you here, because we've got you signed up here twice, but I was wondering if the other sign up might be for your wife, Jyotsna. Do you know if she's handy, if she could answer that question?
That was a mistake. Because I signed up for open comment through the open comment link and also through the public hearing link. So I got enrolled twice.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. All right, now we have Joseph Hughes, and then I hear Margot Krimmel's not present, and then Hayden Christopher and David Radiziner. So, Joseph.
Good evening, everyone. This is
Joseph Hughes. I live at 941 Crescent Drive, which is in the Park East neighborhood. And I've lived out here in Boulder for over 37 years and 23 years at my present address. And I also have some relationship as a board member with a property on the hill that is about 20 feet from the commercial district. And so I'm going to speak about three things that concern me about the proposal. One, I think it would be better if it started at sundown. Two, I think that there should be a permanent decibel reader at each property that's located anywhere within 20 blocks of the hill. And I also think that any property that is located within 1 block of the commercial district probably should be treated just a touch differently, because those properties already are having to deal with noise at all times and that's 24 hours a day, and therefore are somehow or other bothered themselves all the time, and consequently ought to have a little bit more treatment like all the commercial buildings in that area. The area that I live in the Park East neighborhood, if this passes, I'm 60 years old. If this passes, I would have been able to call on my neighbors 4 times within the last month, because there was a wedding party in the backyard, there was another party in the backyard, and these are all they're all over 200 feet away from my property, and I could hear plenty of noise. And so consequently, I disagree. I do not believe that just hearing something 200 feet away is the same as a decibel reader. I believe a decibel reader is actually the objective thing, whereas just saying that you can hear noise 200 feet away is subjective. And as I get older, believe me, I know my hearing
Joseph,
is getting worse
your
every
time
year,
is
so it's
up.
clearly subjective.
But thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay, we've got several people not present: David Radiziner, Luke Krukowski, and Jake Borges. If they come back, we'll get to them. But meanwhile, we have Hayden Christopher, Mitch Mitchell, and Lawrence Ferguson.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. My name's Hayden Christopher. As said before, thank you for introducing me. I'm the undergraduate student here at the University of Colorado Boulder. I'm a junior majoring in finance. I also happen to be the president-elect for Phi Kappa Tau, fraternity on the Hill located at 1150 College. We take a lot of responsibility and a lot of effort to make sure that we're good neighbors to everybody else on the Hill. We do a lot of community service on the Hill. We do hill cleanups every year. We shovel driveways for elderly neighbors and just do a lot to make sure that we're following all the guidelines set forth by the city. We register all of our events with the local police department and have good relations with them as well. And I think it was pointed out by the acting dean of students earlier that most of these misconduct charges that are happening, especially this year, none of them have been related to noise issues. All of them have been, either underage drinking or issues of that sort. So I don't really see the need particularly to expand the current noise ordinance, where especially it could be disproportionately affecting students, and also raising the concern of it disproportionately affecting people of color as well, as brought up earlier in this interview. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of good things about the current noise ordinance, but I think kind of expanding it to a term or to a place where, it allows for a lot more leeway in terms of what you write a ticket for. There's no warning for anyone at the event before you get anything, a citation issued towards you. So there's kind of a lot of variables that are applied there. Like, we don't necessarily know how the 1 block standard is going to be enforced. The quantifiableness of the effectiveness of this new ordinance has not been demonstrated so far. So I would kind of urge everyone to rethink instating a new ordinance and rather look at the one we have now. And I'd also like to bring up that it seems the main issue tonight with noise has been fireworks, not particularly students. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Hayden. All right. Several other people aren't present: Lawrence Ferguson, Evan Humphrey, and Mike Smith. So we have one person left, which is Mitch Mitchell.
How's it going? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so the other people who are missing are all with me currently. But anyways, good evening and thank you guys for your time. My name is Mitch Christ, current president of Phi Gamma Delta at CU Boulder, another fraternity on the Hill. We currently reside in 2 properties on the Hill, our first and primary location being on the corner of 12th and College, which sleeps 11, and our other being on 11th and University, sleeping 36. Our property at 12th and College is a central location for our brotherhood and has been for the past 5 years. Our property, leased by 4-star and privately owned, has no level of accessibility, which is something we aim to improve upon. This semester, we reached out to a nonprofit, the Home Builders Foundation, to help install an accessibility ramp for one of our brothers, Jake, who struggles with muscular dystrophy and severe Asperger's. We were recently featured on the Boulder Daily camera and commended for our efforts to improve our accessibility on the Hill. Accessibility for Jake is still minimal in the house itself, and he can only gain access to the main room in the front, despite us having had a ramp built for him. For this reason, as well as the potential fire hazard risk of having our events indoors, we have moved our large social gatherings to our backyard. When our brotherhood comes together to bond with Jake, it is important to him that we are able to be outside and have him included in our activities, due to the fact that he cannot access the whole house and our group is too large to safely congregate in our main rooms. Not being able to have our events outside would force us to have dangerous gatherings in terms of fire hazards and have more trouble trying to include our brother Jake. From what I understand from serving on the IFC President's Board, this is an issue that would extend to a lot of other groups on the Hill. Thank you guys for your time.
Thanks, Mitch. And I hear Mike Smith is in the meeting, but if Lawrence and Evan are with you, you could pass the mic over to them if they would like to testify separately.
Yeah.
So, hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, my name is Jake Borges. I'd like to thank you guys for having me tonight. I'm the president of Pi Kappa Phi here at the University of Colorado Boulder. We currently reside on 1441 Broadway Street, in between the blocks of Grandview and University, and our house sleeps 18 people. Since our founding in 1991, we have swapped properties multiple times. Our first house is now the current Gamma Phi Beta sorority house. We used to have the old Sigma Chi house, which is now St. Tomas's Aquinas Center. We used to have 1150 College Avenue, which is now the Phi Kappa Tau fraternity house. And our chapter is one of the larger chapters. We're made up of 165 members. And as I said before, our current property only sleeps 18. So in order for us to have events with our whole brotherhood, we have to have those events outside. And being that we have one of those larger chapters, we are not able to do that with this new noise ordinance. 55 decibels can be reached merely by people. And I know that we're discussing amplified speakers, but we could reach that with just our members. And this is a brotherhood that has been around for 31 years now. It has shaped over 1,300 men's college careers and later their lives. It's something that people respect and want to continue the tradition of. And I don't see it being very possible with this new noise ordinance being passed. I'd like to thank you guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, Jake. Was there someone else present at that location that was signed up?
Yeah, got Lawrence here as well.
Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon or evening, sorry. My name is Lawrence Ferguson and I am the president of Alpha Tau Omega here at Boulder. Currently, our colony is located on 1122 12th Street and the house sleeps 13 individuals. We just moved into the property in this last month and we do love it. But the biggest thing we've noticed is that we have a space problem. The house is laid out as an apartment complex, essentially. It's 5 different units, each with its own private kitchen, bathroom, and a living room, but the living rooms only are about 14 by 14. We have to outsource where our chapters are, and our chapter is only 40 brothers because we don't have the space inside the house to hold meetings. Our backyard is in a very similar situation. It's absolutely tiny. A group of 20 people back there becomes a very crowded issue. There's some garages back there that unfortunately we cannot use. They've been inserviceable for a while. And while we would like to inevitably be able to use that space, It's just not on our radar right now. It's not something that we, with our personnel count, can actually achieve. This leaves the only space that we can use being the front yard. It has a lot of room. It's surrounded by hedges. It's very beautiful and we value it very much. But it's the only area where we can gather with more than, say, 40 people. We, of course, do understand curbside appeal. It's something that the IFC harps on pretty heavily. And ATO nationally is considered both the leadership fraternity and the gentleman fraternity. So it's something that our brothers really aspire to continue up, that curbside appeal. And we do ensure that our property is looking good, sounding good, but ultimately the only area we do have is that front yard area. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Next, we have.
Sorry, who's that?
Hi, this is Evan Humphrey.
Go
Can you
ahead.
hear me?
You're signed up. Yes, we can.
All right, sounds good. So I'm Evan Humphrey. I'm a junior at the University of Colorado, and I'm president of the Pi Kappa Alpha fraternity. Our chapter has been here since 1922 and currently resides on 1010 12th Street. In March of 2022, we welcomed the fire department into our house for an inspection to ensure our house passed fire code. Due to the negligence of our property management company, the house failed nearly every test. In 5 months, no work has been done by the management company to remedy these issues. And as a result, our basement has been labeled off limits by fire department. Because of this problem, we have been forced to hold our events outside in our front yard. Through our own hard work, however, we've remained free of any noise complaints for a calendar year. We register every event we have with the Boulder Police and are sure to shut it down if we ever receive a noise complaint in 20 minutes or less. And we also have a police liaison that we work with through the IFC that I'm in constant contact with for every event. As I believe has already been stated by others today, the police have better things to do than deal with noise ordinances. I propose we are able to handle these issues by ourselves and are more than happy to listen to the police that we work with. But if we place a new noise ordinance, it'll give them more work than they have to do and will cause issues for the rest of us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Evan. Anybody else there?
Yeah, we got Mike Smith.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, who's that? Oh, Mike Smith. Yes, go ahead.
I've been advising in Boulder since 1988.
Oh, we can't quite hear you.
Oh, yeah, it's through the computer.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, sorry, handing it to him right now.
All right. I've been advising in Boulder since 1988, and I'm the only person left on the ground from the formation of the IFC on the Hill. I can tell you that the IFC on the Hill and its member chapters are not your problem. You have a noise ordinance that deals with daytime noise ordinance. It does require that someone call in and complain, but the police have better things to do than drive the Hill with their noise meters outside their windows. The Hill team has been cut back from 12 cops to 4 cops, even though on 4 separate weekends last year, we had gunshots fired at fraternity houses when people were turned away because they were not on the guest list and they were not CU students. We had the same issue 2 weeks ago. There are bigger issues in Boulder to deal with than the fact that some people may not be able to nap during the daytime. I realize that sounds harsh, but I have 2,300 kids who are extraordinary citizens of the city, who work closely with the police department and regard your police, fire, and emergency services people as their best friends. We have not had a death, injury, or insurance claim since the IFC Hill on the Hill was formed. We were not consulted, even though we're members of the Hill Neighborhood Association, about any of this. None of our students participated. We disagree with the university's position that their educational programs and support programs are going to be effective, and we don't support either of those groups' positions. We believe that the Hill is a problem, but the Hill is a problem because it's an outdated zoning concept. The Hill needs to be looked at as a commercial district, a student housing district, and a high-end residential district. Until we can look at that way, we're not going to accomplish anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. All right, I think that's everybody. All right, so I will bring the public hearing to a close. Come back to City Council. We'll start any follow-up questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We do have 2 individuals who have since joined who were not part of the group call. Number 13, David, and number 14, Luke.
Well, let's give him an opportunity then. So we've got David Radaziner and then Luke Krakowski.
Okay. Hello, this is David Radaziner. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Apologies for being late into the meeting. I'm a resident at 765 14th Street with my wife, 24-year resident. We have seen many changes on the Hill in those years. I was also a member of a fraternity on the Hill at 11th and College in the early 80s, and I'm very familiar with that whole lifestyle. That, by the way, has changed dramatically over the last 30 and 40 years. We're in a situation on the Hill where we have a very difficult time simply living a regular life relative to noise, fireworks, loud music, and so forth. This ordinance is an excellent initial step in bringing the Hill around and making it the fabulous neighborhood that it can be. It's in the interest of the city, the university, and the residents, and the majority of students who live on the Hill to pass this ordinance. I encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Now we have Luke Krakowski.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Sorry for being late to the meeting. I was just getting back from class, but I am the vice president of external affairs for the IFC on the Hill. So I thought it would be good to come today and just point a student's perspective, especially as an executive on the IFC on the Hill. I just wanted to start by saying I understand all of the concerns of members and residents on the Hill who are not students. We obviously understand that it's a unique circumstance. I just wanted to lay out for you guys some of the judicial processes and stuff that I'm in charge of on the IFC on the Hill. We take noise complaints and the noise ordinance extremely seriously. We really believe that for this community as a whole to advance forward, it has to be a give and take on both sides. And that is something that since I've taken over, I was also a president of a chapter on 14th Street. And my goal was to make sure that we struck that balance. So the processes are extremely rigorous. And if there is a violation by one of our member chapters, we make sure to nick that in the head immediately and do everything we can to make sure that there aren't any repeat offenders. Now we know that it's not a perfect science, but we really do our best. And it's my belief that if we are given a chance to prove continually that this noise ordinance during the night is all that is needed, then we would be really grateful to be able to prove that to you guys. But I understand and I am empathetic to everyone's viewpoint. So I just want to thank you guys.
Thank you, Luke. All right. Ryan, does that bring us to a close?
That does, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks to everyone for their testimony tonight. So bring it back to council. I have a follow-up question I can get us started on. So we've heard some testimony tonight from folks who are concerned that they would not be able to have outside gatherings in the afternoon, say. But as I understand the ordinance, that so long as any accompanied amplified music or other amplified sound is at a reasonable enough level to not be heard a block away, that they can still have a gathering and socialize. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great. Because I'm sympathetic to some of the testimony I've heard. You want folks to be able to hang out with their friends in an afternoon and maybe have a group of people there. It's just making sure that the noise from it is not so loud as to really disrupt the neighborhood. Lauren and then Tara.
Thanks for bringing that up, Aaron. I do have a concern just with the way noise travels. It doesn't reduce, it follows an inverse square law for the reduction of noise over distance, and it doesn't reduce very quickly. So at 200 feet, you're looking at a 16 decibel reduction in noise, which is like rustling leaves. So just from the amount of fall off that you would have from the point source to where you're hearing it. So I think that, in a noisy area of town where your ambient noise is high, that might be sufficient. But when you look at quieter areas of town, this is going to have a bigger impact.
Can I just colloquy on that, Lauren, for a second? So I can't say yes or no on the 16 decibel decrease, but my understanding is that decibels do work logarithmically, so that it's not that it would be the volume of rustling leaves that would decrease. It would be I don't know exactly the math, but I think that's still a substantial decibel noise fall off, 16 decibels, as I understand it. But I know none of us are sound engineers, but Tara and then Mark.
I just wanted to colloquy on.
Oh, go ahead.
On that comment. I suspect this is going to be kind of a rule of reason ordinance, and if you're.
Can you speak right into that?
If you walk off 200 feet and you hear rustling leaves, I suspect that the police will let it go. It's going to be a function of what you're hearing at 200 feet and how aggressive and how loud the amplified music is. So I don't think it's necessarily that if you hear anything at all at 200 feet, police are going to be issuing citations. Again, a rule of reason.
Thanks. Tara?
Before I make my comment, I do live close to the hill, and sometimes it's so loud, and I find out it's 5 blocks away. So I wish that it was a stronger ordinance, but I get that that's what you want to do. But that's not my question. So I see that police chief is here, and a few of the students said the police have better things to do than deal with noise. And I was just wondering if you'd like to comment on that. How do you feel about it?
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Harold, Police Chief. Well, I'll tell you, since I've been here, the community harm that is caused by large parties and loud noise is real. And I don't think, to be honest with you, there's better use of police officers' time to ensure that the community is not harmed by what I see as excessive large parties that I have never seen before. Steve and I just walked the hill, and we've been doing so at night, and I'm telling you, this is a serious, serious problem on the hill. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it gets to the point where we have hundreds and hundreds of people inside of a house that should not have 50 people in it. So not only is it a safety concern for the students, but the community harm is real on the University Hill. I hope that answers your question.
Right. So not seeing any other follow-up. Oh, yes. Good. Jeannie and then Nicole.
Thank you. I just have a question about the community engagement. There was a comment made earlier about not lack of participation from some community groups. And I wonder what happened, why were they not invited, or were they invited? It's just the process is very different. So can you respond to that a little bit? Thank you.
Yeah, we did have 2 student leaders on the Hill Revitalization Working Group all this year who were members of fraternities and living on the Hill. We also had a sorority member the previous year who worked with the group. So we did have a sense that we understood that perspective. We had not engaged as much with IFC on the Hill, not through lack of trying over the years. And certainly Amanda and I had lunch with Mike Smith about 6 weeks ago. He mentioned that he was upset about the noise ordinance. We offered follow-up meetings subsequently, but did not hear back from him. So we were not able to get more details about that frustration.
Thank you. I just had a couple of follow-up questions. One is, I wonder if you could speak a little bit to why this isn't just focused on the Hill, because what I heard tonight were all people from the Hill, and I'm just curious as to why this is citywide versus just focused on the Hill, especially because the community connectors suggest that as well as kind of doing a pilot on the Hill as a way to get some information about how this is working and who it's impacting before we move forward with citywide.
Thank you for the question. I think that based on the data that we had received, while University Hill was probably the most impacted area, there were certainly other areas within the city that were impacted as well. And they tended to be more student populated areas. And so for that reason, we decided that we wanted to make it citywide. In addition to that, it would be really difficult to try to carve out what area on the hill would be included and what would not. And so for those two reasons, we went with the citywide.
Thank you. And then my other question, this is just around the some of the comments, Chief, that you made about just what you're seeing at night with parties being so large, larger than you've ever seen before. And it's not clear to me how this kind of noise ordinance and moving things toward the day is going to help with that. Is it that they're starting during the day and then kind of exploding, getting larger at night? But I guess that's sort of one question, is how they're related. And then my second question is, what are the kind of follow-up steps that are going to be taken? Because I think what I'm hearing here is that this is not going to single-handedly solve the issue that we're seeing. And so what are some of the other kind of next steps that the community might look to as we're moving forward?
Yeah, thanks for that. And I'll let Sandra offer the holistic approach that I think we're heading down. But if we go back a little over a year when we had the riots on the Hill, these parties start during the day, and we have another big one that we're preparing for Halloween. But these parties start during early morning hours, and they escalate through social media. And so what we hope is that this gives the police officers a fighting chance to stop some of these parties from continuing. And when I say that there's hundreds, that's no exaggeration. I mean, you know, in the past, we've had floors break out of houses because there were so many people in them. So we are hoping that the police officers, if they have this tool, and it's not going to solve everything, but at least it gives the police officers a fighting chance to stop some of this behavior before it gets so out of control that then we're calling in SWAT personnel, then we're calling in other agencies to assist, and that's something I do not want to see, because other agencies like the state that we've had to rely on for extra resources do not police the way that Boulder police officers police. And so to me, if we have a chance to get in there and stop this behavior before it escalates, that is what I would prefer to do before I have to start calling different agencies into our community. And that never is a good thing. And then I'm going to turn it over to Sandra to address, I think, next steps from a holistic citywide approach with hopefully chronic nuisance and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And I'm actually going to defer to Brenda Rittenauer.
And I just wanted to point you all back to the IP and the presentation that you received several weeks ago that laid out sort of our short-term, medium-term, and long-term plans. So this is really step one of that full plan. We certainly will continue to be looking at nuisance abatement as a holistic process and what improvements can be done there. There are strategies toward landlord education that are being worked on so that we are sure that our landlords are being the best partners they can to us in the community, and we are being the best partners we can to them. In addition to a number of other things that you saw on those presentations.
Great. Ready to move into deliberations. Would anyone like to start off comments? So, Mark.
Well, I want to speak in extremely strong support for this ordinance. We haven't been asked by the community to do this. We've been begged by the Hill community to try to address conditions that are simply unbearable for normal residential citizens. And we've been kicking the can this particular can down the road for far longer than I've been on council, and in fact, longer than I've lived in the city of Boulder. And after the March 2021 riot, the recent near riot on July 4th, it's just not appropriate for us not to address this and to um, find a way to help residents who are living in awful, awful conditions. And so I am very supportive of this. And there are a couple of points I'd want to make. The first is this is going to impact a very, very small number of CU students, most of whom are good neighbors, good people, and don't measure their enjoyment by how many firecrackers they can set off in the middle of the street. This is a small minority of the student body that has persistently caused difficulties for those around them and really have not respected the concept of being a neighbor. We've heard from some of the fraternity members tonight that they are good neighbors, and I accept that, but others are not, and they are creating conditions that we are really called upon to address. And it's not as if we are not permitting students to be students. We're not expecting every student who lives on the Hill to go to bed at 8:30 after reading a couple of chapters of Chaucer. They're students. They will gather. There will be times when they play music. There will be times when they play music outside. We're simply asking them to respect certain limits that are necessary for the larger community. And finally, I want to say I've been very impressed with the work of the Hill Revitalization Working Group. Mayor Pro Tem Friend and I have participated in a number of those meetings. They have been careful. They have been deliberative. At times, they have been careful and deliberative in ways that left me frustrated because I wanted to get it done immediately. But they took a different path. They were much more judicious than I would have been. They were much more careful. And I think they have come up with an ordinance that will not solve every problem, but it hopefully will make a difference. And if we look at the holistic package of ordinances that we ultimately hope to pass to address the conditions on the Hill, I think they will help. And again, you know, the work of that committee has been very careful, very organized, and very thoughtful. And I want to commend them for the work that they've done, even when they have frustrated me because I wanted to get it done tomorrow. Their path was the better path. And so I am in great support of what they have produced. And I think I just don't think we can go back to that community and say, sorry, we're not going to help you, even with step one. We're just not prepared to help you. So thank you. Sorry to be long-winded.
That's right. Rachel?
Yeah, thanks again for the presentation, and thanks to everyone who testified. Like Mark, I am supportive of and have been involved with this Hill Revitalization Work Group since I got on council. And one of the things that I think is often overlooked that was sort of omnipresent in feedback that I would get in that group from students who participated, including one who was like the president of a sorority at the time and was very outspoken and doing a lot of engagement with her peers, was that the people who suffer most from sort of the few houses that refuse to manage noise during the daytime and that bleed into the evening are in fact the other students. So it's not something that we're trying to knock at students. It's mostly students who live there, and I think we hear more from long-term residents, but the primary impact is felt by students who do want to be studying and are there for a serious education. So just want to make that point. So slightly disagree with Mark's statement that few students would be impacted, because I think there will be a lot of students who have a positive impact from this. And again, would just echo what Mark said, that this sort of came into sharper focus after we had a riot in March of 2021, and Mark and I met and toured the Hill, and it was, I don't know if anyone else was out there, but it was scandalously bad situation the next morning. There was a lot of broken glass. I think a car tipped over. Like it was, we had a SWAT vehicle that was I think, pretty seriously damaged. This isn't trying to crack down on, people who are having fun. You can still go out in your backyard and, commune with your friends and the people that you live with. You just can't have amplified noise to the point where it can be heard a block away. So I think it's great to give our code enforcement a tool that they can use to hopefully nip some of these parties in the bud and help our community and especially the people who are living nearby, including students. Thanks.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Aaron. To Mark's point, this is certainly long overdue, so it's great to see this in here. But I do want to sort of mention that this is not the culmination of the work. It is rather just the start of restoring the balance for everyone to have the enjoyment and safety on the Hill for students and residents and those that are visiting from out of town. I will say, as someone who used to live on the Hill for 5 years while I was a student shortly after, I certainly understand those conditions, but also want to know that this is not simply a penalty for students. This is also, we're going to be looking again, this is early phase, making sure landlords are accountable too. And so I want to make sure that everyone listening that this, even though this phase sounds like it's hard on students, there's balance that's going to come subsequently as we do landlord education. And really, to be frank, all it takes is pulling one rental license from a landlord and everybody else is going to fall in line. I hope we don't get there, but I think that we have an opportunity to create that balance and restore some order. And so I just want to make sure that we understand that there is more to this than just this ordinance that's coming down the line. So I hope that everyone sort of takes that and that this is the start of many things. And also keeping in mind, it's easier for us to loosen the reins and we have to kind of come down and really tighten it up now. But as things improve and the conditions get better, we can loosen the reins and make sure that things find more balance later on as things adjust. So this is just the first of many steps.
Tara?
Really appreciated hearing all the public testimony from all sides tonight. It was very interesting. I think for me, what I heard tonight was in the past 2 to 3 years it got worse, and I feel like, according to the police chief, that the game changer might have been social media, where a party just grows exponentially over time, starting from the day. And so I think that was how we got our major riots, or should I say large parties that grew out of control because of social media. So for that reason, I feel like having this noise ordinance start in the day could make the difference that we need to at least get this going in the right direction.
Thanks. Lauren?
Thank you. In general, I appreciate this modification to the way we're measuring noise and noise violations. I do have concerns about how it impacts the city as a whole. Noise, like temperature, is something that is hard to get two people to agree on to what is the appropriate level. Clearly, we have areas of town where it's far, far beyond what is an appropriate level. But I think setting a universal standard is difficult, and I would like to have a check-in in a year to see how something like this, like what we've learned in that time period.
Great. Yeah, go ahead, Nicole, and then I'll call on myself.
Yeah, I like the idea of a check-in, and I also just kind of want to lift up again the community connectors suggestion that we think about having a pilot just restricted to the Hill. The nice thing about a pilot is that it's a test. We can try something, right? We could just say it's from Baseline to Arapahoe, west of Broadway, and see how that ends up working out for us. I kind of like that approach more than trying something citywide. So I don't, as I say this, I don't want to minimize the harm that is being done to folks on the Hill, because as some of my colleagues have mentioned, it is largely students who are suffering. It is a minority of students who are engaging in these harmful behaviors, and they are disrupting their peers' lives as well. It is not just homeowners who are dealing with this. So, I don't want to suggest that I'm not supportive of solutions to address this issue. I would like to see this as a pilot, though, rather than something citywide. And
The other thing I just want to kind of get at while I have the mic for a moment is that, because this is a minority of students who are causing stress and harm to our community and affecting other students, I really do see this as an issue for the university and something that they need to really step up with. And I say that as somebody who works at the university and recognizes that too. A lot of the disrespect that folks in the community see in their neighborhoods actually shows up on campus too. We see it in the ways that marginalized staff, students, and faculty are treated on campus. And I'd like to take this opportunity just to really encourage the university to think about our goals to shape tomorrow's leaders, to positively impact humanity, and to be the top university for innovation. I think we can really think about some interesting ways to innovate and really work on helping students grow into those leaders and build the skills that they need to show up in community in a way that's respectful and that shows their relationship to community. And I know that the university is working on this. I know that folks are thinking about it. What I would encourage is for us to think about working with some of the DEI leaders on campus on this issue. Because when we solve some of the disrespect that we're seeing on campus, we'll also have solved the disrespect that we're seeing off campus.
Thanks, Nicole. So I'll call on myself here, and just want to start by thanking the members of the Hill Revitalization Working Group for all their hard work, including our colleagues, Rachel Friend and Mark Wallach over here. And I think you've done excellent work, and there will be more excellent work to come out of that group. So thanks to everyone who's been doing that, and all the community members that have been engaged with that process as well. So I do feel like that this is a good next step forward in terms of resolving some of the conflict issues that we see in our community. We have been focused on student problems on the Hill, but these can be quality of life issues in other areas and with other people as well. But just want to come back to what I was saying earlier, that this should in no way reduce people's ability to have social gatherings and have a good time together. At base, if you've got the music turned up a little bit too loud, and people tell you that, if you turn it down, you're no longer in violation of this ordinance. So it gives, I think, our enforcement folks a tool to prevent large parties from getting out of hand. But fundamentally, I think it'll stay quite easy to stay within the parameters of the rules and have a good time with your friends after the passage of this ordinance, just so long as you're not impacting your neighbors overly much. So I think this is a good step forward, and I appreciate everyone who's worked to get it to this point. I do like the idea of the one-year check-in that Lauren mentioned. I think that kind of thing is always a good idea, but definitely getting a report on what the results of this change have been would be really helpful as we consider next steps that we take in dealing with these issues. And let me just say, okay, so Rachel?
Two things. Wanted to mention that Bob Yates did sub in for me on that work group, so thanks to him as well. And also wanted to check in with Chris Meschuk to see if we could sort of solidify a plan for a year from now, and maybe with Brenda, could we also do ongoing engagement on what the community's experience on both sides is with this? And so when we come back in a year, we have that information as well. Is that feasible?
I'm not sure what scope of ongoing engagement you're looking at, but certainly we can do some check-ins with the community, both through the working group itself, through UNA, through the partners that are represented, and as well as with Greek and sorority life on the Hill.
Yeah, I think that's good, and definitely including the people who testified against the ordinance to see what they're experiencing as a result of it. Are there unintended consequences that we're not visualizing?
Absolutely.
Other comments, or we could entertain a motion? Don't be shy, folks.
I'll make a motion, but I didn't hear back from Chris.
Happy to chime in, Rachel, in terms of especially follow-up, like year follow-up, we can definitely put that down as something for us to work on for next year.
Great. Do you want to go ahead?
I will. I'm looking to see if I have the language in front of me. You do. Great. I would like to make a motion to adopt by emergency measure Ordinance 8531, amending sections 5-9-6, which is unreasonable noise prohibited between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., and Ordinance, our section 5-3-11, Nuisance Party Prohibited, BRC 1981, to prohibit unreasonable amplified noise during the daytime as well as nighttime hours and setting forth related details.
Second.
Great. Any further comment before vote? Seeing none, Alicia, we have a roll call?
Yes, sir, we do. We'll start this roll call with you, Mayor Brockett,
Yes.
Councilmember Folkerts,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Friend,
Yes.
Councilmember Joseph,
Yes.
Spear,
No.
Wallach,
Absolutely. Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Yates,
Yes.
and Benjamin.
Yes.
Ordinance 8531 is hereby adopted with a vote of 8-1.
Great. Thanks, everyone, for your work on this. Now, in a remote meeting, I would call for a break, but I feel, should we just go with rolling breaks like we've been doing? Very good. So I won't call for an actual break, but then let me do a time check-in. So we're about 20, 30 minutes behind schedule, but we have one remaining item about our homelessness update. Are people game to get into that? Yeah. I got like 2 yeses and a bunch of ambiguous looks.
My concern is that we're going to be doing this at 11:30 at night. Most of the community is not going to see it, not going to hear it, and I think we do a disservice to them to be taking on something of this consequence that's going to last, if we're lucky, 2 hours, and maybe longer. And once again, we're going to be pontificating at midnight, and I just don't see the benefit of that to the community.
Good. Rachel?
I would at least get started. We have staff here. We are ready to go. We're all here. It's not 11 yet, so if we need to continue at some point, then I think we can, but I would get us started, and maybe we get through it, maybe we don't.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. And let me just say, let's keep an eye on it. We could continue the discussion, right? So if we feel like it's getting late, we're getting tired, but there's still more to talk about, we can always defer the remainder of the discussion to another date. But, okay.
Who gets tired at 11?
That's right.
The night is young.
Great, so let's get started.
You're all set for their presentations? Okay. I love her dress. It is so pretty. I love polka dots anyway.
Okay, I think we are ready and set up. So I'll go ahead and quickly introduce our first presenter for today, which is Kurt Fernhaber, our Director of Housing and Human Services. And he is going to introduce Megan as well. So Kurt, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Council, and it's great to be back in person with you after a very long time. So good evening, Council. I'm Kurt Fernhaber, and I support the work and personnel of Housing and Human Services. Our presentation tonight will be led by Megan Newton. She's a new member to our team, but not new to the city or homelessness. We are also joined by Vicki Ebner, who continues to support this work. Tonight is our annual update to City Council and our community on the programs and approaches that assist individuals out of homelessness. This is likely to be one of the more challenging council conversations in your first year. We are working to assist some of our most vulnerable individuals while also addressing the wider community impacts. We know that our community has very strong opinions and emotions on this topic. There is great division in our community, and I'm looking forward to a healthy dialogue tonight centered on both helping people out of homelessness while not forgetting the overall wider community needs. I'd like to start by setting the stage for this conversation. The City of Boulder and Homeless Solutions for Boulder County supports some amazing, capable local partners who have had significant success over this last year in helping a high number of individuals out of homelessness. But there are several challenges that we currently face in addressing this national societal issue. Over the last 4 years, our Housing First approach has enabled 1,630 individuals out of homelessness countywide, and of that, 1,391 have exited homelessness from the City of Boulder. Some individuals have exited into wraparound services, some have exited to treatment programs, others have reunified with roommates or family. Some have entered the Ready to Work program, which we heard about earlier, and some have simply received rental assistance to help them back into housing. Many ask, how many people are homeless in Boulder? Over the last few years, the point in time count, a count that happens one day in January every year, indicates that about 340 single adults are experiencing homelessness in the City of Boulder on that particular night. Oh, sorry. Thank you. These 340 single adults, this includes individuals staying outside, but also those at shelters, such as the Boulder Shelter, the Lodge, and Together's Youth Shelter. In the City of Boulder, we assist on average 24 individuals a month out of homelessness and into housing solutions. This equates to the city solving homelessness every 14 months, which is amazing. However, the community doesn't witness this solving of homelessness, in part because over the last 4.5 years, 6,400 unique individuals have gone through coordinated entry and entered our system at some point. We also believe that roughly 15 to 20% of individuals don't go through coordinated entry. So likely 7,000 to 8,000 individuals have experienced homelessness in Boulder in the last 4.5 years. While the number of individuals who have found solutions is extremely high for a community of Boulder size, we have likely housed more individuals than our current system has the capacity to fully support. This challenge shows up in increased emergency service calls to affordable housing and increased conflict with residents. As we continue to house more individuals locally, we will need to also increase behavioral health services, substance use disorder treatment, counseling, and other supportive services. In light of these challenges, staff is working on implementing the ARPA-supported Building Home program to help address the loneliness and difficult transition for individuals entering housing. We also know that Housing First only works with intensive supportive services, and we are investing further in these programs with peer navigation and with a housing stability team. Substance use among the unhoused population is also shown to be extremely challenging and has likely increased over the last 2 years. The use of inexpensive substances such as fentanyl and methamphetamines is preventing individuals from accessing housing. If they do access housing, these substances often lead to them losing that housing. As a result, we are investing in a new program anticipated to be launched in the next 3 months called Project Recovery, a partnership with Tribe Recovery and Boulder County to establish 2 residential recovery homes and an outpatient action center that is opening at Broadway and Iris. While this program will fill a gap in services and significantly assist some individuals out of meth and other substances, it will likely not be able to meet the needs of the unsheltered individuals facing these challenges. In closing, unsheltered homelessness is rising nationally, and our community is addressing a national challenge at a local level. Moreover, roughly half of all individuals who are experiencing homelessness in the U.S. are in only 50 cities. The majority of these individuals are moving to a limited number of cities with robust services. The greater Denver area is ranked as the 13th highest community in total number of people experiencing homelessness. We have seen our numbers grow significantly in Boulder this year, as well as a community. We have limited resources, limited housing, limited mental health, and tonight we will be discussing how we can best use our local resources to provide foundational impacts to help people out of homelessness. So in this first slide, just looking at the national landscape, so the red line on the top indicates sheltered individuals, those who are staying in shelters. You'll notice that that's actually been relatively flat, and it's actually gone down a bit. And we believe that that's a result of communities across the country really investing in housing first approaches and getting people into housing and putting their investments into housing instead of additional shelters. But we also seen that unsheltered homelessness is steadily rising, along with individuals going to cities with services. So on the left are some of the challenges which I've already mentioned in my opening, but I'll also just lastly mention a lot of our service providers, particularly over the last couple of years, have struggled just in staffing the programs that the community requires. And with that, I will hand it over to Megan.
Hi, good evening. My name is Megan Newton, and I'm the Policy Advisor on Homelessness for Housing and Human Services. I'd like to start with our outreach efforts. So Be There is a street outreach program targeted folks experiencing unsheltered homelessness. It started in 2020 as a response to COVID, and at the time, the main goal was education, information, and referral. Earlier this year, with a partnership with Boulder Shelter, we expanded into a more traditional homeless outreach team, and it's able to provide most of the services that folks get inside the shelter in the field. So as you can see on the screen, those are some of the different things they've been able to do, and we just started collecting data in May, so that's why the numbers are what they are. But they can do coordinated entry screenings in the field. They can do diversion in the field. They can do VI Spadats, which is the tool that we use to add people to the by name list to match folks to housing resources. They can help people apply for benefits. Oftentimes those are like SNAP and Medicaid benefits and other Social Security. It kind of depends on what they are eligible for. They can also help folks get their ID documents needed for both employment and housing, and then connect folks to medical resources as well as behavioral health resources. They meet weekly with other providers in the community who are serving the same population. HOT, Behavioral Health Assistance Program, the Muni Court Navigators, Focus Reentry. They meet weekly to coordinate services and make sure they're not duplicating services for these folks. Coordinated entry is the front door for single adult services in Boulder County. Is the basic assessment that's trying to get basically what their needs are and then match them to the appropriate resource. We've expanded access to that resource in the last year or so. Folks can now access it via phone. They can go on site in person at the Agewell Center West, and then Be There can also provide the services in the field. What you can see on the screen is that that's the folks going through coordinated entry. And it goes up and down, as you can see, but over time has remained fairly stable. The homeless system in Boulder is housing focused. And I also want to reiterate that these things can happen in the field and in the shelters. So folks are doing this in all areas. But basically, we're doing basic assessments to just see what resource will best fit with the individual. So folks who are maybe newer to homelessness or have lower acuity may just need a rental deposit or connection to rapid rehousing, whereas those who have a medium or high acuity often get connected to permanent supportive housing or just rental subsidies, housing choice vouchers. And then those with the highest acuity, who are oftentimes high system utilizers, may need something like a skilled nursing facility or assisted living facility. And we can help connect them with those services as well. These are our exits from homelessness over the last year. So there were 245, and what's contained in the housed bar there is permanent housing. So like I said, that housing choice vouchers or permanent supportive housing. Then there's also some transitional housing treatment, and then diversion and reunification. And again, I just want to point out that people can access these services and access housing without going through CE and without going to the shelter. So this graph shows the green on the top shows that same 245 folks that exited homelessness, but then the blue shows the 945 that we screened through CE over the same period of time. So previous to this position, I did a lot of direct service, and I can tell you the impact on individuals is great. You know, seeing somebody go from the street into their apartment is why I do this work. But when you look at it on a systems level, it's harder to see. This graph is showing some of the high utilizers of the overnight shelter, some of our local resources. We've targeted this population. And as you can see over time, I don't know if you can see it really well, but the bottom goes the fiscal year starting in 2018 and then through 2021. And it shows the steady reduction of the long stayers in the shelter down to 14 currently that are staying 300 plus days in the shelter. And when I talk to the shelter about those 14 individuals, some are folks that come in and out of the shelter and don't stay long enough at any one period of time to get connected to services. And some have significant barriers that they've been able to engage in long-term housing solutions. So these are some of the vouchers that we use to connect people to housing. The Continuum of Care HUD vouchers and the Colorado DOH vouchers all go through the by name list. And so folks are prioritized on that list and then connected to those vouchers. The locally funded vouchers are the ones I just spoke about that are targeted to the high utilizers of the shelter, as well as kind of filling gaps in some of the other systems. The Housing Authority also has set-aside vouchers, which is 20% of their vacancy will be targeted to folks experiencing homelessness. And in this last lottery, they also had a preference for folks experiencing homelessness. This year, that's one time was the emergency housing vouchers. Boulder community got 69 of those vouchers, and they were from HUD as a response to the pandemic, but they did not come with supportive services. So we chose to use them in a move up, move on fashion. And what that means is folks who are already in permanent supportive housing programs or rapid rehousing programs who may not need that level of support, but do need the housing subsidy, were able to transition in place. And their rent was still subsidized, but they were able to make room in the permanent supportive housing or rapid rehousing program for folks who need those support services. Well, and we also, the new units in the local, the affordable housing developments also include permanent supportive housing. And these are some of those projects that are coming online in the next couple of years. Boulder Shelter is purchasing 10 of their own units to focus on folks who have lengthy criminal histories who we haven't been able to house due to that. Mount Calvary will include 15 units of PSH for elderly folks. There are 2 Bluebird properties that are coming online, one in Boulder and one in Longmont, but they will both serve the greater Boulder area. And those are similar to the Lee Hill property where there'll all be PSH. And have more intensive services that the shelter will provide. And then Rally Sport will have 5 units of PSH. Oops, sorry, one more thing. Family homelessness is growing in nationally and locally, and it's harder to see. Typically, families don't find themselves literally on the streets. They oftentimes are doubled up with family or reaching out and using the prevention resources and those kinds of things. But we have seen a growing number of literally homeless families in the area. Um, but we don't focus as much funding towards them. So of the $10.4 million in local funding that we dedicate towards homelessness, 700,000 is allocated to family homelessness. Currently, Boulder chooses to use the hoteling option as an intervention in an effort to keep children out of emergency shelters. And so they connect EFA and other service providers, connect folks with hotel rooms, and then also provide the case management and navigation. But as the need has grown, they're trying to find funding to increase that support. They're currently trying to access state and county funds, but at some point may ask the city for some additional funding towards this program. This is just some information around the sheltering programs and some of the changes that have occurred in the last year. The COVID Recovery Center closed in April, and those Boulder County Public Health took over those, working with those folks who are experiencing COVID and staying in the shelter or not staying in the shelter. Boulder Shelter has returned to pre-COVID capacity of 160 beds, and then we've also been able to get data from some of the other shelters that we previously haven't gotten data from, the Lodge and the Source, in an effort to get a full picture of the sheltering services available in the community. This is just over the past summer, and I wanted just to put this on this slide to highlight. You'll see the green bar in June and July. We don't have August numbers yet, but you'll see the increased shelter usage over the summer that's not normal. Normally in the winter, the shelter stays full, but in the summer it does not. This summer has proved to be different, and there's been more shelter stays over this summer. This shows the shelter usage over time. So over the last year and a half. So each of those bars show the number of bed nights the shelters have been utilization, and then the line that you see going across is turnaways due to capacity. So in January, I believe there was close to 5,500 bed nights, and I believe that when I rolled over earlier was 24 turnaways due to capacity that month. So this is what the plan for the winter season. So you'll see in the first column, that's what we did last year. The shelter was not, they had to reduce capacity due to COVID, so they only had 145 beds. So we had 30 hotel rooms, and then we increased that to 40 hotel rooms on critical weather nights. So throughout the season, we had 175 beds, but on critical weather nights, we had 185 beds. Our plan initially for this winter is that the shelter will be back up to 160 beds. They've agreed to add additional overflow of 10 beds on critical weather nights, and then we would have 25 hotel rooms throughout the entire season. The feedback we got from the shelter on the critical weather beds was in the hotels was that it was very challenging to move people quickly back and forth, and so they would prefer that if we were going to do hotel rooms that we maintain the hotel rooms throughout the season. So that would mean this season we would have 185 throughout the entire season, with 195 on critical weather nights at the shelter, at Boulder Shelter. We added a proposed plan. This is not currently in the budget, but with seeing the numbers that are currently happening over the summer, it's hard to tell if that's going to remain or if that will go down. It's somewhat unpredictable, but we thought we should have a plan in place. And so again, 160 beds at the shelter with 10 on overflow on critical weather nights, but then have 40 hotel rooms throughout the season. So that would make 200 beds throughout the season, and then 210 on critical weather nights. This is just a graphic that kind of shows that. You'll see the last two winter seasons. The purple lines are the capacity, and then how it would go up for this winter, and the green being the usage for the previous two winter seasons. This list is not all of everyone. It was just kind of show all the coordinating work that's done on a very regular basis at both the system level and the client level. Partners meet twice a month to go through by name lists, which is individuals, and they match to resources right off of that list. We also have started a high systems utilizer group again to focus on those folks who are using police services, shelter services, hospital services, all emergency services at a high level. There are folks looking at it at a system level, and then folks that'll look at it at a very individual level and try to connect folks with services. The outreach group meets monthly as a committee to do coordination of the work, and then also the staffings where they're running into the same people. So in an effort to coordinate the work and not duplicate services and be most efficient. Built for Zero, I think most of you have heard about, but it's a national movement that uses data to end homelessness. And recently, Boulder was the first in the metro area to get a quality by name or quality scorecard on the data. First, it was originally just focused on veterans, but just this week they've expanded our quality scorecard to single adults. And I just want to caveat, and I should have put a star on there, that does not include everyone who comes to all of those meetings. I was just trying to get it all in one slide. So that is a fair amount of folks that come together on a very regular basis to coordinate this work. Boulder Municipal Court has their community court. That's what I previously did before this position for the last, I guess, 3 years, that and the COVID Recovery Center. But I was a navigator in the community court, and they work with a lot of folks that have high barriers to housing, to services, and see this is a lot of the work they do is to help to do a lot of that pre-housing work and then follow up with them once they're in housing. So this is just a culmination of all the tasks that they help folks with. And then you'll see in the bottom right, they've had 42 of their clients matched or housed and 16 matched to housing, which is pretty impressive considering some of the barriers that folks have that are working with the Muni Court. I sat with some providers that are providing both behavioral health and medical health services. This is MHP, BCH, and Clinica, and these 4 things were identified by all 3 of those partners as gaps in the system. Not enough treatment beds, insufficient clinical outreach services, which basically saying that folks who are experiencing homelessness have a hard time navigating outpatient systems. And so they typically fall through the cracks. And so services that are able to come to them would be much needed. Also, lack of respite care. Folks who are ready to be discharged from the hospital but need a place to rest and recover is deeply needed. And then housing. That was the bottom line on all of them, where they need more housing resources. BCH and Boulder Shelter have had a partnership for the past year where BCH refers their high utilizers of their emergency department and their hospital in general to Boulder Shelter to work with the case manager towards housing. And just the other day, they were able to provide some statistics from that partnership. And so they've housed 13 high utilizers of the emergency department in the last year. And those high utilizers accounted for 35% of homeless emergency department visits and 11% of homeless inpatient hospitalizations in the last year. And then following those folks being housed, they had an 83% decrease in the emergency department utilization and a 70% decrease in the inpatient encounters. So housing was clearly the factor that would indicate, that would help folks from using emergency services as much. I'll turn it back to Kurt.
So we often get questions about the investments of the city towards homelessness services. So we went back to 2015, and you'll see on the left the lines are uh, various millions of dollars. On the right are the year, or on the bottom are the years. You'll see that in 2016 and 2017, in 2017, City Council actually approved the homeless strategy. And so through that strategy, there was more significant investments in this work. And you can see how that occurred in 2017. I think we were, in 2016, I think we were spending about $160,000 a year on supporting services for the homeless. You'll see significant increases in 2021, and in 2022, you'll see a very significant increase, up to about, I think it's about $8.3 million in this year. And the significant investment in that is really housing, which is that green bar. And as Megan mentioned earlier, some of it is projects that are being developed and investing in those projects. The Bluebird project on 30th and Mapleton is probably the biggest portion of that, but some of the other projects as well. The city of Boulder, I'm quite proud of, that has its own local voucher program to really sort of fill in the gaps where other federal and state regulations around those vouchers can create barriers. So our vouchers would be in there as well. And we also heard a question the last couple of weeks of the investments from Boulder County. So they're spending about $11 million this year. And you'll notice the two biggest categories to that are also housing. The rental assistance, which is essentially vouchers, and property acquisition, which is investment in new affordable housing. And then the racial equity approach and look at this is something that we do with all the initiatives in Boulder. And so we wanted to reflect on this as well. So in the table in front of you, the first column is the county's overall population broken out by self-reported race. And I'll just give an example. Obviously, we're a very white population here. It's 90% in Boulder County. 67% of those who go to diversion services are white, and 80% of those going to navigation, and 78 to housing-focused shelter. If you look at the African American population, it's just over 1% in Boulder County. For the diversion services, that's 12%. For navigation, it's 9%. And for housing-focused shelter, it's 13%. And this data represents this year from January through the first 6 months of 2022. You'll also notice for Native Americans that the number of individuals both experiencing homelessness as well as being referred into services is also much higher than the county population. And then new initiatives and next steps. So these are things that ourselves and other partners have been working on, and things that we'll be activating over the next few months and into next year. So Project Recovery is the one that I mentioned with Tribe, and we've spent some time with them down in Denver looking at their programs there, and we're very excited with the experience that they bring in this work. And their staff predominantly have lived experience in these challenges as well. And we also are excited that they're going to have day services for this starting fairly soon. So individuals who are challenged with meth and other similar substances will have a place to go as an entry point into their residential program. Boulder Shelter for the Homeless, Megan mentioned, are purchasing units where they're both the landlord and the service provider, which really is sort of a key for individuals with lengthy criminal records. Finding landlords for those individuals has been very challenging, but we know they're going to be more successfully as housed. 3 of those units have already been purchased. The Building Home program, if you can remember back to your ARPA presentation, we described that program that has 2 components. One is programming for housing retention. It's a team of individuals that will help individuals who sometimes lose their housing because of lease violations. And then peer support, something that a program that we don't currently have, where individuals who have been successful in housing can be hired to be peers for others that are going through the housing process or recently been housed. So that first program, we just completed the RFP process and are awarding that currently. The first, the housing retention is being awarded to Boulder Shelter, and the peer support is being awarded to Focus Reentry with a partnership of Feet Forward. The Day Service Center, City Council priority from January. I think you've heard that we've started the community engagement on that. So we're listening to what the community has to say, as well as the service providers. We're really targeting those who will be providing or could be providing some of those services in this center to understand what services will be helpful, what are the goals of such a center, and also input about when citing such a center, what are things that we should look for, things that we shouldn't look for, and just criteria that would help us understand where that should be best placed in the community. And lastly, we've also started outreach to individuals with lived experience. And before we leave the slide, there's one thing that's not on here that's hot off the press, is Boulder Shelter for the Homeless over the last few months has acquired 2 properties in South Boulder where they will be able to house somewhere between 12 and 24 individuals who have a lot of challenges that we've described, but also who are more who are 60 years older or older. And I know that I spoke with their CEO, and I know that the board is excited to move forward with this new initiative this fall. And I think they'll be asking you as council members to empty your pockets to help them fund this as well. But that's also just sort of a general statement that I'll make to really support our organizations. Our citizens need to support these organizations to help make them successful as well. So that ends the presentation, and I'd like to give a round of applause to Megan for finishing her first presentation. But any questions, and we look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Kurt and Megan. Megan, so good to have you on board. Fantastic presentation, and we're very fortunate to have someone with your experience joining the team, so welcome. I'm guessing there are questions. Junie, Rachel.
Thank you, and good job, Megan. I just have a quick question about the recovery outpatient, and one of the comments, from what I'm hearing, I'm wondering who would be the beneficiaries of that particular project.
So it will primarily be individuals who are experiencing homelessness who have had challenges with methamphetamines, but often there's other associated drugs that are occurring with those individuals. So this is an organization that has 10 homes in Denver and Aurora where they're currently running these programs, very structured. Methamphetamines are one of the most challenging substances to treat, and really intensive approaches are required, and this organization is really shown to have the most success in that.
Well, thank you so much, and I welcome the work that you're doing in this front, and it's needed as someone who has seen the work done in this field as a family law attorney. So thank you for taking on this challenge through the city. So thank you.
Thanks, Aaron and Kurt, and welcome, Megan. Hope you're enjoying your first night back in real life council too. As I have been doing recently, I'm gonna sort of hammer the county expenses and expenditures and hope that you can dig in, and I really appreciate you having this information in the slide. But it looks like the county is spending not quite 11 million, and we are spending almost 9 million. Is that right? Did I read that? And then, sorry, I'll ask one at a time. Is that about right?
So we're spending about, I think it's 8.3 or 8.4. However, if you also include the SAMPS work, that's what brings it up to about 10.
Okay, yeah, and it's like a part three question there, Kurt. You're jumping ahead. So if we add in SAMP's work, so you're talking about like policing and parks and library and cleanups and the other sort of attendant expenditures around homelessness, we are paying less than $1 million less than the county. Is that about accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Is the county, I was looking at the slide and the information in the packet. I see that they're at like 1.5 on operations and administration, so that's not directly services related. And then supportive services is a couple million. And then rental assistance and property acquisition is the bulk of their expenditures. Is any of their money going towards people who are currently unhoused? Where does that fall within? So people who don't get housing, don't get rental assistance, people who are still living outside and unsheltered. What is the county doing for that population?
So I'm going to start off by saying I don't know. And this is the information that we got from the county, and I might be able to give some educated answers as more of a guess, but I'd prefer that maybe we could document your questions and ask the county to reply on that.
That would be great. And I've been asking for more than 2 years, trying to get that information, because my guess is it's not much, and that we're doing a lot more than the county. You know, we often hear that like our property taxes have gone up, and why aren't we doing more with services and to help people? And most of our property taxes go to the county, not the city. So the funding, you know, HHS tends to be a county umbrella, and it's frustrating to me that I'm glad that we're spending what we are, but it's frustrating to me that the county doesn't appear to be spending much on unsheltered people who I think are in the most harm's way, and I think that is their bailiwick. So I would love to get follow-up information on that, and also to know sort of what leverage might we have to ask the county to step up and do what I suspect they ought to be doing more here. So I don't know if that it sounds like that's a TBD. Okay, so I think I know that a lot of people will probably have questions, so I will stop there for now. Thank you.
I just wanted to colloquy on Rachel's point about the county. For one, I agree. We need to definitely talk with the county in greater detail. I would like to ask that we try to schedule a joint meeting between ourselves and the county, specifically on the topic of homelessness. I think we need to just get in the same room and start to really hash this out meaningfully if we're really going to get to some regional solutions that work for everybody, including our sister cities. So I hope staff can start to work on that, and I hope hopefully that's something that's agreeable with my council colleagues. But you know, when you think about just proportionality, you know, the county has a population of about 330,000 people. We're a third of that, and so if you want to think about proportional investment to meet the needs of the most vulnerable in our communities, that means the county should be spending nearly $30 million compared to our roughly $10 million. Or if you go the other direction, we should cut our budget down to $3 million. Now, I don't want to do that. I don't think anybody does. And so I think the obvious answer and the logical one is we need the county to triple their budget in order to be on parity with the work that we're doing to not even meet the needs. We're doing our best, but we're still having a harder issue, as you've pointed out. So I think this is beyond the time in which we need to really get after the county. And I hope that we can pull some leverage to make that happen and bring them to the table.
If I can colloquy on that for just a second.
Yeah, go ahead, and then I'll.
If I'm reading these numbers correctly, almost half of the county budget is dedicated towards rental assistance, which by definition is helping people who are housed. So the actual money that they're spending on homelessness,
Mark, sorry, if you just get right into that microphone.
Okay. Half of the money that they're spending on at the county level is going towards people who are actually still housed. It's rental assistance. And that's important, but it's not exactly the same thing as spending money on those who are unhoused. So their actual contribution seems to be paltry. And so I agree with Matt's suggestion.
Good, Kirk, go ahead.
Can I just respond to that? So I think that you'll find that our numbers are somewhat similar to that as well. With a homeless first approach, we need to get people into housing, and they're almost like they're investments in perpetuity for those individuals. That's why it's called permanent supportive housing, and that's why there's that rental assistance is so critical to that strategy. The other connection that I'll make is that we're fortunate in the city of Boulder to have a strong affordable housing program. And so we actually have a lot of opportunities to invest in new affordable housing, a portion of which supports those who are homeless. As far as the interacting with the county or having a collective meeting, what might be helpful for us is to understand what that meeting might look like and who it might include, as far as including the commissioners or county staff, or if you could give us direction on that, that would also be helpful.
I'll answer for myself since I brought it up. That would be both, all of the above. Thanks.
So I'll follow up on that if you don't mind. I think that suggestion has a lot of merit, and so maybe Elisha, if we could kind of treat this idea of meeting with the county as a CAC request. So if we could add that to our agenda to start talking about how we might look into getting something like that scheduled. If I'll just kind of look, I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads. Everyone, like a lot of council, seems to be interested in this. So
I'll add it to next week's agenda, sir.
Thank you so much. And Rachel, you want to chime in?
Just a last follow-up to something that Kurt said on housing first and the philosophy. And I'm not dinging that as a philosophy. It's just that a lot of people don't get the vouchers and we don't have enough housing. So there are a lot of people who are unsheltered. And so I just think it's a missing piece. And it is, again, within the county's bailiwick, I believe, more than ours, and funding mechanisms. So that's the piece. I'm not saying we shouldn't focus on housing first, but that I want the county to step up its supports and services for people who are unhoused in our community. And when we're looking at things like the day shelter, I think the county should be funding it. We're looking at things like sanctioned encampments. I would like the county to have them. I understand that we don't have the staffing and resources to look beyond a day shelter for this current cycle, but I think the county should be. Thanks.
Is that it? Okay. Yep. Okay, I'll go ahead and call on myself and see any other hands right this second. So wanted to talk about the number of beds that we've got coming up for this next season, and I just clicked away from it. There we go. So I was encouraged to see a significant increase in the number of beds that we're planning for this coming season. So if I read it correctly, like the last year's winter number at the base shelter capacity was 140, and then there were 30 hotel rooms and then 10 critical weather hotel rooms. Right, because it says 145, but that was only after April, right? So, and so we're going to a base capacity of 160 plus 40 hotel rooms. So that's going from like 170 to 200, which is a good 15% increase, which is great to see. I'm encouraged to see that. I also want to appreciate you including in these totals the source and the lodge. These are critical local partners. You know, the source from Together and the lodge from Mother House. And they're doing great work in the community, so I appreciate you including their totals, as they're doing great work in helping to support people experiencing homelessness in our community. So we've got more numbers. That's fantastic. So the question I'm going to ask, I ask this pretty much every year, Kurt, which is, let's say that we see a surge in demand at a time when we have really horrible weather coming in. So for whatever reason, we've got a few more people that need some assistance, and that's the week when the big blizzard hits and it's 0 degrees and such like that. How do we set up some kind of backup contingency plan for kind of if there's the perfect storm, the worst storm, literal storm with some additional needs?
So we don't. First of all, we don't have city staff to set up that type of service, particularly on an emergency basis. The only approach that I can think of would be through the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. Defining an emergency that would get other agencies involved, like the Red Cross, and would open up a facility like one of the rec centers. Those are often used during an EOC event. With that said, I haven't seen that occur, but possibly we could explore that. I'm not sure how that fits in the definition as they've defined for emergencies.
Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, Kurt, because we do sometimes get questions from community members who see like the extraordinary response that you get to an event like the Marshall Fire, which everyone is very supportive of and impressed by. And then I had some community members say, like, well, why couldn't we do something like that, when there's an emergency of kind of a less extraordinary one, but where we have unsheltered people and the conditions are really bad. So I wonder, maybe this is, I'm going to turn to Chris here. Maybe this is something that we as a city could investigate with our emergency management partners to see, like, is there the potential for, some, in an extreme weather event, tapping those kinds of emergency resources to keep people from freezing to death in a really terrible weather situation?
Yeah, we can look into that.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you. So thanks for mentioning that, Kurt. This is a good idea. That's what I got. The presentation and the memo were very detailed, and yeah, I guess just while I have the floor, I'll just say some of these other newer initiatives, like finding individual housing units for people with criminal records, right, who otherwise can't easily get housed. It's an impressive thing that I think most communities aren't looking at, but can help with some of our deepest need folks who are high utilizers. And the addiction recovery facilities that you're looking at setting up, there's such a deep need for that. And so I'm really glad to see that we're adding those capacities, and good to see that we're partnering with the county on those as well. So looking forward to some really good new work that you all are standing up. Yeah.
So a couple questions. One starts with rapid reentry, and I'm sort of curious about what is the sort of aggregate totals of availability for rapid reentry for people in this community here, and or sort of what becomes monthly availability. The reason I ask is when I was out with the notice team and cleanup team, I interacted with an individual who had only been unhoused for about maybe 3-4 weeks, and by all intents and purposes, she was ready to go to get something, but nothing was available to her, and that's sort of what I had heard from the team. And so she was sort of left out of the system, more or less, not from a lack of effort, but there just wasn't availability. And I got the impression that there were only just a handful of these that come online every so often. And so I'm wondering, if it's just a few, doubling a few is doubling and still can have an effect. And so I'm just sort of wondering where there might be wiggle room with regards to getting those folks that are just touching into homelessness and getting them right back on their feet.
Hi, Vicki Ebner, Senior Operations Manager for HHS. Rapid rehousing is pretty targeted. We work through the One Home system. This is primarily funded through the county. And we go through the same kind of matching and prioritization, but just obviously at different prioritization levels. So the idea is, of course, to track, and you're absolutely right, somebody who is a pretty low acuity is somebody that would need these services. I would also argue that a lot of these services tend to go to families versus individuals because they do tend to have that less of a need. The other thing to mention is that there are also programs in addition to rapid rehousing that can be beneficial, such as the Ready to Work program. I can't speak to anecdotal. I don't know who the person was. You are right that those resources are somewhat limited. They are funded generally through the Continuum of Care grant, and so we are subject to regional allocations and applications and all of that. I hope that answered something.
It does, Vicky. I appreciate that. It lets me know that, just like other things that we'll sometimes supplement or create our own to fill gaps. It seems like maybe we haven't done that yet in this instance. So it sort of maybe flags something that this is an area that we could supplement. Perhaps is kind of where I'm thinking we might want to go at some point.
And I would say that's where we try to be a little bit more creative. And so when we're talking about, for example, there was the request for the hotels for the family homelessness. That is another workaround, that if they can get a family for a week into a hotel, get them stabilized, work with a case manager, and then move to some sort of short-term programming, then they can accomplish that goal. I will also say that typically a lot of our people who are living unhoused and unsheltered tend to have way more barriers than you would expect to be successful in a limited term program. Rapid rehousing runs for 2 years maximum. What we have instituted, Megan referred to the Move Up and Move On program. There are cases where people get into rapid rehousing, they actually have a more acute need and can then transfer into a emergency housing voucher or something like that to give them more of a longer term. We're seeing this a lot with people who are newer to homelessness but happen to be of a certain age. And since I'm now in that demographic, so that they're not going to be likely to increase in income and be able to self-stabilize. And so they do need that resource, but they may not need the intensive case management.
I appreciate that. Thank you. The only other question I had was with regards to maybe, and I don't think I saw it in there, and if I missed it, my apologies, was maybe, I know that we had maybe missed a redo of a point in time count because of COVID. So is there another one planned on the books? And if that was in there, my apologies. I just wanted to, sorry if I didn't catch that.
So in 2021, we were only able to do a sheltered count and not an unsheltered count. So it's like a partial number, but we did do it in January 2022. But it's done at a regional level, and so we're waiting for those numbers to come back.
Okay, thank you.
Follow up, and then Nicole.
I know this is an area that Rachel's been interested in through the years as well. We've talked several times, as you know, Kurt, about the possibility of doing our own census, not just the January HUD census. Any further discussion about doing, a summertime census, doing it here in Boulder?
Yes. So when Rachel brought that up, I think that was about a month ago, that was discussed at the next HSBC meeting. And so there is, I wasn't at the meeting, so hopefully I'm not speaking out of turn, but I believe that there was support for doing that and looking at doing that at a regional level, at a county level. So that's a discussion we're having now to see how we could do that midsummer next year. And there's typically organizations that they're set up and they go through training and they have volunteers. It takes a lot of planning to do that count, and we would want to do it consistently with the point in time count that happens under a HUD requirement.
So Nicole had her hand up before. Okay, Rachel. Okay.
I think it's a colloquy, at least semi-related, which is in the memo. It talks about coordinating work and that there's a group that meets to discuss by name lists, which I know isn't quite the same, but it sort of gets at the same information, right? So just is trying to figure out how much that's happening, how concrete that list and data is for the city of Boulder.
So the meetings that we have on the by name list are twice a month, and they're broken up into single adults have one meeting, families have another, youth have another, and veterans have a fourth meeting. But all of them happen twice a month. And so we are looking at client level information and matching them to resources on a very regular basis. The point in time that's more of a trend analysis, that would be the difference.
Right, but this says, though, a comprehensive list of every person in a community experiencing homelessness updated in real time using information collected and shared. So it seems like if we have that by name list, then we would also sort of have a de facto everyday point in time count.
The only, I guess the only caveat I would give to that is that it's hard to do everyone involved in a by name list if they're not wanting us to engage with them on a by name list level. Whereas when we're counting, it's very low. It's like you're there, we're counting you. Whereas the by name list, they have to actually express that they want us to help house them.
Understood. I mean, I'm assuming there's some
Yeah.
Joe, or like we're giving people names maybe who are not engaging and still sort of counting. So maybe based on that, do we have a rough number of summertime?
So there's currently, I think it was they just got pulled this week. I feel like there were 323 individuals on the single by name list.
And that's in city or county?
It'd be county.
Okay. And I'm sorry, can you tell me again how that compares to the point in time for the county? And that includes both sheltered and unsheltered, right? The 300? Okay.
Yes, it would. And then the last point in time, I feel like was 689.
Okay.
But that includes folks in transitional house. So the definition of homelessness gets a little bit broader on the point in time count and includes folks in transitional housing that we wouldn't be seeing on a by name list.
All right. Thanks. Kurt, did you have?
I did. I'll just add one other thing. Just because they're on the unnamed list doesn't mean they're actually in the city. And so people come and go, and it's the point in time is to say, okay, who's all in the city today? Because that named list is very fluid, and so it makes it very challenging to actually understand who's in the city at any particular point. So they are sort of two different things. But.
All right. Thanks, and thanks for letting me colloquy with my possibly not perfectly aligned.
Thanks for the presentation, and thank you so much for answering all of my questions that I sent in advance. It definitely shrunk my list a little bit, and I still have some kind of follow-up questions that I wanted to ask. And the first one actually is more of just a comment rather than a question. I think in talking about the successes that we're having in the community with getting people housed, especially with programs like Community Court that are getting their successes by using spaces that providers are creating. I think that's really important for our community to hear. I know we had a few folks in open comment tonight who were raising some concerns about the navigation center and whether there's actually data that navigation centers and places that collect people actually lead to housing outcomes. And I think programs like Community Court are really showing that they do because Community Court is, showing up out in the community at Feet Forward, at Deacon's Closet, at these spaces where providers have created trust among the unsheltered, unhoused community. And I just wanted to note that it's that having spaces in the community where people can make connections and build trust, that's part of how we get people housed and connected to services. So I think it's just a good thing for our community to hear, because that's really the goal of the Navigation Center, is to create that space where we can connect people to services. And I think we've seen tonight in the Community Court data that it works, right? We got, 42 people, I think, housed, and another 16 or so on the way. So this really does make a difference right here in our community to have these spaces. And then I'll move into a question, which is, you mentioned that there were 245 exits from homelessness. And my understanding is that single adult unsheltered folks, that doesn't include families. Is that right? There's a lot more folks who are.
It doesn't include families. It does include sheltered.
Yes. Okay.
Folks in the sheltered and unsheltered.
Yep. Okay. Great. Thank you. And I just wanted to follow up a little bit on the success rate of kind of retaining people in housing as they're housed. It sounds like we had about an 80% success rate for folks who are housed, which means that about out of that 245, maybe 50 or so people were reentering homelessness. And I was just wondering if this differs by the type of program that they're sort of going into housing with. Does that make sense? Like I imagine that people are exiting homelessness through a couple of different programs and strategies. We saw a slide about that, and I was just wondering if we have any data on, are some more effective than others? Are there places to target more than others?
I think so. The 80% was folks in permanent supportive housing, Rapid rehousing is a little bit lower, but I'll also add to that that we typically, even with rapid rehousing folks, a lot of times they have a hard time being able to pay rent in Boulder. And so we'd match them with mainstream resources after the fact, like the emergency housing vouchers or the HCVs. So it's kind of not necessarily a fair comparison because they're all getting a pretty long-term subsidy. I think the permanent supportive housing comes with more resources, but it also targets folks who have a lot of barriers.
Okay, thank you. And I was just wondering, do we have any information on how our sort of churn rate compares to other communities and programs? I mean, where do we sit? Are we like in the middle? Are we high? Are we low?
80% is a pretty, what you hear for permanent supportive housing as a success rate pretty nationally. I try to look for that data to try to compare it to other communities, but what we're counting, HUD doesn't require that we get that granular, so I couldn't get it from a lot of other communities. But in typical, the permanent supportive housing intervention we're probably right there with it.
Okay.
And it even varies in the community, right? That there are some programs that have a higher, that's pretty much the average. There are some programs that are a little bit higher and typically have lower caseloads, whereas others in the community might be a little bit lower success rate, but have larger caseloads. It really does come down to the supportive services.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and did you have a colloquy or? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm not quite done yet, Mark, but I'm getting there. And I just wanted to say I really appreciate the focus on the Building Home program, and I think that's a really needed service to provide people with support. That's a big transition, especially since a lot of times the folks we're housing are the highest need people in the community who have a lot of criminal justice interactions and mental health needs and things like that. So I just really want to say I appreciate those programs very much, and I'm glad we're trying that to see if we can get our rate higher than other communities. Let's see. Okay. One thing that I'm a little bit concerned about, though, is that I've heard some folks are, because of some of the eviction prevention that we put in place, landlords may be using non-renewals of leases in order to kind of evict people without evicting. And so do you expect that rate of people reentering homelessness to go up a bit as we get to the end of sort of COVID eviction protections and things like that?
So to answer that more correctly, I'm going to ask Karen Armstrong, who isn't on the call tonight, who runs the EPRIS program for us. I'll document that question and have her to respond to you on hotline.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then another one thing that I just wanted to follow up on, and this kind of relates to some of my comments a couple weeks ago. So you said that about 46% of the people who are going through coordinated entry, which are really our single adult unsheltered homelessness, right? They are coming from outside of Boulder County. And of those, I think it was 36% are coming from outside of Colorado. So about 16% of the people who are here are coming from outside of Colorado. And of the ones who are coming from even outside of Boulder County, do we have information on how long they're staying in our community? And the reason I ask is because when I mean, you all know, I'm at Feed Forward every Tuesday afternoon, working with folks in the community, doing street outreach. And a lot of the folks there that we see who are coming in, who are new to the community, they're only there for that one week, and then they're gone, right? They've moved on. And I asked Jen Livovich, the executive director, if she has some data on that. She suggested that was also the case, that a lot of the folks who are coming from outside really are not here very long. So I'm just wondering, do we have data on how long people are staying who are kind of based in our community versus coming in from outside of our community?
So that's a really good question that we've had for a while that we haven't been able to answer. And the problem is we don't survey people as they're leaving the city. The other thing that I'll just mention is we also know that, well, the biggest number of individuals actually come from Denver, but we also know that people come from somewhere else to Denver. So it's hard to track a lot of that. And we don't ask, we ask the question of where you were most recently housed or unhoused. We don't ask, where you first started experiencing homelessness. That would help answer sort of the first part of that question, but we don't actually know how to collect the data. It's very difficult on how long people are here, but I agree that that would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, I think the main reason I think it becomes useful is if it has an impact on outcomes or something like that, right? But I think it's just important for us to understand that most people are like across the country, they are falling into homelessness in the communities where they are, right? And we do have some movement along the Front Range, which is why I really love the idea of talking to the county. So finally, I just have, it's mostly a comment and then sort of a question that I'm not sure any of us can answer here tonight. I'm sort of at a moment of panic when I think about homelessness in our community. And the reason is because all signs point to homelessness rising and quickly in our community right now. And I know that we're doing a lot, and it doesn't feel like we're going to get to a place where we can prevent everybody who's about to fall into homelessness from falling into homelessness, as well as help all the folks who are out there right now. The shelter is at capacity, has been at capacity a few nights this summer, which you informed us on Hotline that's not happened before in the summer. It's typically a lower use time. I can report down at Feed Forward, we're seeing record numbers of people every week, around 150. It's been growing for the last couple of months. We've got EFA and SPAN who are seeing increases in families needing temporary housing due to economic needs or domestic violence. And a lot of the family homelessness prevention funding is running out at the end of December. So we don't seem to have enough resources to prevent the folks from entering homelessness in the coming year. We don't seem to have enough resources to meet the needs that are out there right now. And it sort of feels like we're on a cliff. And I'm wondering, what are we going to do? Because this is causing a lot of harm in our community in many different ways.
I'm not sure how to answer that. What I feel strongly about, though, is as a nation, we've fallen behind on this with mental health as a priority, with not having a health system for everyone in our country. Those are two big factors. Communities are not investing in affordable housing. I feel strongly that people need to, as best they can, have solve their challenges and issues in the community where they're most closely connected. And because of the inequities between communities, we're seeing people in our cities. It's not that we're providing too many services, it's that other communities are not providing any services. And I think I've mentioned to a couple of you, I picked up a gentleman a few months ago from the hospital to drive him to the CRC, and he had just arrived from Ohio because he heard about the housing in Boulder. It's not just that he heard about housing in Boulder, but he didn't have the housing in Ohio, and I think that's a national challenge that is very difficult for us to figure out here. And I think, like Joe Nagoose is something that another person that we need to put pressure on to figure out how we have more of a national strategy around policy as well as funding.
Yep. Yeah, and I as we're heading into our budget discussions and things for this year too, I would just like us to really think about this because all signs are pointing to this being a rising problem, and I think we really do need to figure out how we can reduce the harm that's coming to our community. And we talk about single adult homelessness a lot, right? But there's a lot of families in our community that are in some really dire situations right now.
So go ahead, Mark, and then we've got Rachel.
Well, first, I want to apologize, Nicole. I didn't mean to interrupt you. That was a great presentation. Thank you. You admonished me to be brief, and so I will. I just have a couple of quick questions. First, of the count of the estimate of how many homeless we have in Boulder, can you estimate what percentage of those do not want to engage with services? We assume that most people would like to be housed. Most people would like to have experienced services.
Mark,
There are
you really got right into the microphone.
there are some who do not. And do we know what percentage of our homeless population is in that category?
I don't know that we know an exact number that are not. I can speak from my personal experience, and that sometimes we don't have the resource they want, and so that can be a challenge, right? Is I've experienced where my entire career that phenomenon where it's like I have an apartment, why don't you want it? It's not what they want, right? So I don't have a number to put to that though, but it's not a huge percentage. I think typically when you ask people if they want housing, the answer is mostly yes. But we run into barriers on getting there sometimes.
My second question, is it still the case that Colorado is one of the worst states in the nation in terms of the amounts of money they provide for mental health and addiction services? Has there been any major change in that?
That's correct. There are some changes at the state level where I think they'll be addressing that, and we're very hopeful about that. And I think the advocacy from council and Carl Castillo's work has been helpful in supporting that as well.
And if I could just call out our representative, Judy Amable, who's been a great champion for increased mental and behavioral health funding and services. And the state is devoting hundreds of millions of dollars in this area from ARPA funding and general fund funding. So they're getting better, I'll just say that.
And my very last question, I'm very happy to see Project Recovery, but what is the effectiveness of programs to treat meth addiction? What percentage of people actually emerge from those programs without relapsing immediately or in the short term?
So in spending time down in Denver and talking to Tomas, who leads that program, I'll answer that with a few caveats. So he indicated that he believed it was somewhere between 65 and 70%. However, there are relapses in that 65 or 70%. He also indicated that for those who aren't committed to being in the program and to getting off meth, the number's closer to 0. And so that commitment is really needed up front. And so individuals who don't have that commitment, they won't be in the program. And so obviously I'm really excited about this program. And it's going to impact a number of people, but it's not going to change significantly what that looks like in our community for many.
So as you requested, that's all I got.
Okay, Rachel.
Okay, I'll try and be quick. We talked about being out by 11, right? So following up on a point I think Aaron just made, I think that the state of Colorado designated some $650 million in new money through, I want to say maybe HB 21-1329 and HB 22-1304. What has the city or county gone after or received, or are we applying for something additional yet?
I'm not sure I have actual numbers for you, but I will tell you that the county is working through a pretty significant mental and behavioral health mapping and determining what our best needs are. And so the idea would be that's a combination of their ARPA funding, opioid recovery, restitution money, and potential resources like these new bills that have come out. The city is working in partnership with the county, and one thing that kind of gets lost in those charts of who spends what is how we sort of divide and conquer on certain topics. And so that really does primarily fall on the county around mental health and behavioral health. That being said, I know that our department is working through what our proposals are for tranche 3 of our ARPA funding. And that's led to other conversations about what are other revenue sources where the city has an actual lane in that and where does that make sense. So the shorter answer is we're working on it.
Thank you. I mean, I assume that money's gone when it's gone, and if we don't apply for it, other counties and cities are going to get it. So I think it's been available for a bit, and I would love to see us, and especially the county, going after it. And again, the needs are big and getting bigger. So I don't know if there's a specific ask there, but it seems like with 650 million possibly sitting out there, and us not having resources. And I don't know if that's something that we can call on partners at DOLA or elsewhere to help us come up with the applications. I know we have limited staffing and resources, and the county may be in some of that situation too, but hope we are maximizing that. My next question is, I believe according to a state website, you can call 211 in a lot of places and get a human on the phone who can help you find shelter and food and resources. Well, if I picked up my phone and called 211 in Boulder, would I get that?
I believe so, but they'd be in Denver.
Okay. And do they know can they tell us whether severe weather shelter's full on a given night here in Boulder?
Probably not.
Okay. So it seems like that may be something that we could shore up. I don't know how we would do that, but it would be great if on a given night, somebody who needs resources, especially given that we have people who are moving through city pretty quickly, can call the same number statewide and get Boulder resources.
They'd be able to get the resource. They just wouldn't have live, like if the shelter was full, that.
Like in real, and again, in that they're here for a short time, and I would imagine a lot of it is, sort of emergency sheltering needs. It's going to be crucial to know, is there a bed there tonight, and what time do I need to be there, and like the specific real-time data, or information. So I don't know how big of a lift that is, but that would be great. And then I think we talked about this when we were on SAMPS recently, and I know I'm crossing my streams and wire here, but Joe Tadiucci's been sitting there all night. So let's give him something, right? I wanted to just remember, if we are looking at additional restrooms or hygiene stations or trash cans or anything, if you think that would be helpful. I know that we get a lot of people writing in about trash along the creek and things like that. Are we looking at any more resources there?
Come on down, Joe.
And that's it. And thanks for waiting here patiently.
And as you're walking up here, I was actually going to bring that up at our budget discussion next week. So that may be part of where that discussion happens.
Thanks for giving me another shot at this microphone. So yeah, we had the August 4th meeting on SAMPS, and we heard quite a few things there from the council members. And we have an executive team of the directors involved that gets together monthly. We're also doing tours and ride-alongs with the council members and getting your feedback there. So we're taking that back and looking at things like the restroom suggestion. I think there was another one around lighting in the underpasses and processing all of that. So at some point in the future, I think we could report out on the hotline or under matters, if that would work.
That would be great. Maybe we could just put like a date on that, and then we a deadline, a date, like when we'll get that back.
Sounds like a good discussion for CAC, maybe.
Great.
Thanks, Joe. Is that it? Yep. I had Tara and then Lauren.
So I had a question that was based on a comment we received from the community around demographics of the various programs that are offered, sort of the difference between diversion and then more housing-focused programs, and how we see a higher percentage of people in minority populations being served by the diversion program as opposed to by housing-focused programs. And so I was wondering if you could maybe respond to why you believe that we might be seeing that, and what, if anything, we're doing to try and address that.
So I'm going to try to address that. Vicki might have something to add in on this as well. So this this data that you're referring to, and which I showed, comes out of the county system. That's something that I think was added about a year ago in collecting that data. So I'm very thankful that we are able to look at that and kind of see what's going on. So one of the things that's changed over the last year as well. Previously, those services were more standalone services, and so if you go through coordinated entry and it makes sense to go to diversion, you were sent to someone who did diversion. And now it's more meeting with that individual and figuring out what their needs are, and having someone who can support them in any one of those various directions. So we're trying to take an approach that's not so sort of ring fence between services. I think that could have some impact on that. Individuals, well, first of all, the starting point is we have a very white community. So, and we know that a large number of individuals who are experiencing homelessness come into our community. They're going to almost by definition be a lot more diverse than what our current community is. And we also know that individuals of color have other barriers, and homelessness is like the last thing. And so a lot of inequities within our society generally lead to more homelessness for individuals of color. And I think in the past, and people who have come from out of town or haven't been here for a long period, sometimes they have different solutions, and diversion sometimes is the best solution for someone who's here for a shorter period of time. I was somewhat anticipating this question, and one of the things I looked at the other day was our housing data that we have for the city of Boulder. And I wish I would have pulled that up, but if you go on the dashboard, you can actually see that. So I think it's about 5%, well, for African Americans, I think about 5% of those who live in our affordable housing throughout the city are African Americans. And so it's sort of 5 times the rate of what we see in the county. For the Latino population, it's also much higher in our affordable housing. So I think what we can see generally, as well as in the population of those experiencing homelessness, is that there's a significantly higher percentage of individuals who are getting into housing.
I would just give a couple little caveats on that. As Kurt mentioned, diversion is a kind of a separate thing, and it's and I think maybe the person who provided that information may have been looking at old data, because as you can see from the chart, housing-focused shelter for people of color referrals is not 3 times less than diversion. But one thing I will add is that diversion is open to everyone. And so that is a little bit different from the way the referrals are made, in that at that first time that we're working with somebody, they get the opportunity to divert no matter what their particular need is. If they actually have the need where they can be helped with a car repair or a reunification with a support system, then that's what happens. And the rest of them are based on screening criteria as to what program that they are referred to. The other thing I would add is that, yes, people of color are overrepresented in homelessness nationally. One of the things we also have to consider is really sort of what Kurt was talking about, and that is that usually homelessness is sort of a symptom of upstream issues that create somebody's homelessness. And so a lot of the inequities and the reason, homelessness in itself is not necessarily racist or inequitable. I imagine there are some services somewhere that are. But it's all of those safety nets and all of those wraparound services that happen before somebody, and life experiences that happen before somebody becomes unhoused, that lead to those inequities. The other thing that I would add too is that when we are looking at that, what we are looking for is making sure that our programs are providing people with what they need. To that end, when we talked a lot about the by name list and how people are prioritized, we actually hide that information. So we don't look at somebody's gender, we don't look at their sexual orientation, we don't look at their race or their ethnicity. We also very strictly follow our fair housing rules, even to the extent of we are not allowed to have any kind of racial consideration when we are placing somebody into housing.
Thank you.
Tara? Yeah, actually, and go ahead on your mic. Time check.
Okay. One of the programs that you talked about, first of all, thank you for all these new programs. They sound wonderful, really great. Megan, you were awesome. And plus your smiling face, really great. I think community members might be interested to hear about those people that are hard to house because of criminal history. And then you mentioned that they have success when they get into housing. Can you elaborate both data-wise and anecdotally so the community can hear what you mean by that?
I think the criminal history, I don't have the data. We'd have to look at that exactly. But generally, landlords do background checks. BHP does background checks. And so if you have certain extensive, a lot of little crimes that you've got a lot of, that's a big ding against you. And then other crimes are absolute no-goes. And so some of the folks that we're working with, this is a true situation. And so it may not even be recent. That's the other piece of it, right? Is that some of that criminal background can be in their history, and at this point, they've made a change, but they can't move forward because they can't get into housing. We saw that as a big gap for our high utilizers, is that even if they were willing to work with us, ready to take that step, we had nowhere to help them to take it. So that was the driving force on having the shelter. The shelter brought it to us a plan to purchase these units, and it's supported by both us and the county. And I will say one of the gentlemen that was one of the first ones, know him well and for a long time, and it's a significant change since he's been housed. That was, I think, last Christmas.
That's great for people that need second and third chances. So my next question is can you tell us why the budget for families experiencing homelessness is less? Is it just because there are less families experiencing homelessness, or is there another reason?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think the start of it is I think Megan mentioned earlier, but we see single adult homelessness in our community where we don't see it for families. So there's a lot more emphasis on it as a community and as previous city councils. And we don't really have dedicated sources for family homelessness like we have for single adults. I would say we've got some great organizations throughout the county that support a lot of this work, do tremendous work. As most of those applications for family homelessness would come out of the Human Services Fund, which I think is about $2.5 million for all the needs throughout the whole community. So it's competing with a lot of other community needs, And so that's sort of the bucket that it would come from. And but what we have seen and what we didn't talk about tonight is, and Vicky has sat on these family homelessness committees where this work is coordinated as well. And so we have seen recently that, and like Rachel mentioned, some of these federal dollars will be potentially depleting at times as well. And so we do see this as a potential need that needs to be filled over the next year.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I read it that, of course, I'm not the most well-read in this subject, but isn't it true that when you're young and you're experiencing homeless, that it just stays with you? So to me, it would seem like family homelessness is one of the most important things to solve for that reason.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of homelessness comes from children who have been homeless. And so if we can prevent that through supporting families, that has a lifelong effect.
So do you think the organizations like EFA and those that do this work have enough money, or you don't?
The short answer is no. They work with a complex network of state, federal funding, county funding, city funding, their own donations, and private fundraising. The need, as we mentioned earlier, is increasing tenfold. And anytime we have any kind of natural disaster, that also puts a crimp into the system. And data shows, I believe it was in the memo, that those are also on the rise. And so one thing I will say is historically, family homelessness has been cheaper as an intervention because you need more prevention money, you need short-term assistance, and you rarely needed that longer-term supported housing. And what we're seeing is a little bit of a shift. So we have this huge need for prevention and quick stabilization, but we're also starting to see families that have some really entrenched need. And that, of course, is a very expensive intervention. And so that's really why the Family Resource Network and then subsequently the Homelessness Subcommittee for Families is really trying to set up a system that is coordinated, is getting the voice of their clients, looking at centralized intake, all of those things that can go to really getting down and deep into what that trend looks like and what to expect before they're really asking for money. But yes, for every dollar that is allocated to family homelessness, they could probably spend 5 to 10 more.
And if I could just real quick jump in, thank you for that. And it's so true. But just to highlight, we do give EFA a substantial amount of money. It's the Keeping Families Housed program, right? Do you have that number offhand for how much we contribute to?
We give $313,000 toward the Keep Family Housed program. We give another, I believe, somewhere around $160,000 through the Human Services Grant for EFA, and then there are some other EFA programs and some of the other different organizations. SPAN, for example, gets funding that are outside of homelessness.
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to be clear. We do. There are some investments. Yeah, Nicole, please.
My understanding, though, was that the Keep Families Housed funding is the one that's ending at the end of December. Is that right, or am I thinking of a different batch of funding?
I think you might be thinking of some of the county resources.
Okay, yep.
The Keep Families Housed program is a partnership between EFA and the city of Boulder. And we have dedicated HHS staff that work at our schools with that program.
Okay, thank you.
Ooh, sounds like something the county should help us with now.
Okay, so it's 10:52. We're getting close to needing a motion to continue, but are there other questions or comments that people wanted to make? I am not seeing any. So, Kurt and Megan and Vicki, thank you so much for all of your efforts, for the presentation, for the continuing work that you do to support the folks most in need in our community. Appreciate so much everything that you do, and as well as the other folk, Joe from Utilities and our police department folks who are here as well. So it's a team effort. Of course, the need is far greater. We'll continue to do everything that we can locally to deal with these massive societal problems. So appreciate all the insightful questions and comments from my colleagues here tonight. Hi, Brad. Thank you for being here. With that, any final thoughts, Rachel?
I don't know what Chris Meschek was going to be doing tonight, but I want to thank him for pinch hitting, and I'm sure we all want to send a big get well to Nuria.
Absolutely.
Get well, Nuria.
Get well. Yeah, thanks for that. Anything else? All right, seeing none, I'll gavel us closed at 10:53 p.m. Thanks, everyone.